Chapter 921. Li Chenglong had never understood this. Was there a need to see it? It was a battle of life and death. Each of them was a disaster of blood and death. Even he knew how to see it. Was there a need for him to see it? But Sua Xiaoduo did it every time. He never got tired of it. He had to make it happen. Otherwise, he would never give up. This time, it was even more ridiculous. He decided to teach them a lesson first to eliminate their resistance. But no matter what, wasn't his ultimate goal to kill them? But he didn't know that Sua Xiaoduo was overjoyed. More than 3,000 people. They were waiting for him to read their fortune. He would definitely earn a lot of luck points today. Also, he would have to merge the green dragon jade pendant after he found it, right? This would also require a large number of luck points. At this juncture, even if these fellows didn't cooperate, I would still have to force my way through. If he didn't make this unexpected fortune, it wouldn't be Sua Xiaoduo's style. It wouldn't be in line with his lofty character. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu laughed. Master Sua's fortune-telling ability is miraculous. We have heard about it a long time ago. But in this world, not only is hearsay false, but seeing may not be the truth. If Master Sua is just making things up and can't see it accurately, what will you say? Sua Xiaoduo said, if I can see it accurately, what will I say? Yun Piaoliu said, Master Sua, if you can see it accurately, we will give you divination gold. Even if we all die, your divination gold won't decrease. This karma will not be delayed until the next life. Sua Xiaoduo laughed, it's a deal. Yun Piaoliu said proudly, of course. But if all of you die one by one, how are you going to give me the divination gold? Sua Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. I have my ways. Even if I die, as long as you can see it accurately, your divination gold won't decrease. Yun Piaoliu said lightly. Words are no proof. How can a dead person give divination gold? I don't have the ability to communicate with the netherworld yet. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. I love reading. I've read a lot of books. You can't fool me. Yun Piaoliu humphed and said, fine, I'll let you broaden your horizons today. After saying that, he took out a jade bottle from his ring. He said faintly, Sua Xiaoduo, when I said that I've heard of your divine form, I wasn't lying. Today is a battle of life and death, and fate is hard to come by. Since you're using the divine form as an invitation, why don't we make the bet a little bigger? Oh. What kind of bet? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Have you ever heard of the golden core of the Great Way? Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, I don't think you've ever heard of such a treasure. He sneered and said, the golden core of the Great Way is the highest level of golden core in the world today. This kind of golden core has life and consciousness from the moment it's refined. At the same time, it doesn't belong to anyone, and it exists freely. However, the current owner can order it. It can be used by others, or it can be destroyed directly. As for the golden core of the Great Way, although anyone can order it in its life, it can only accept the first order in its life. The golden core in my hand is the so-called golden core of the Great Way. The golden core of the Great Way doesn't have the ability to heal injuries, improve one's aptitude, or develop one's soul. However, after a person ascends to the Ascension realm, he has to choose his own path. Many Skysoar realm experts have chosen the wrong path at this step, resulting in their lifelong achievements to be stuck at the Skysoar realm. It's hard for them to advance any further because there's no path for them to advance any further. Their initial choice was wrong. It's this one step that ends the path of cultivation, and they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. Only rogue cultivators with good luck can choose their own path and continue on for a long time. However, this kind of situation doesn't exist for the direct descendants of the old clans. Firstly, there's a ready-made path that has been verified by predecessors. Secondly, even if they don't want to follow the path of their elders, they can use the golden core of the Great Way to find their own path. Furthermore, there's no need to worry about mistakes, and it's a completely correct path. This is the magical effect of the golden core of the Great Way. This golden core of mine is a complete golden core of the Great Way, one that hasn't received any orders. Yun Piaoliu said proudly, even if I die in the future, as long as I give the order now, it will naturally wait in the air for our duel to end. If you win, it will automatically come to your side and recognize you as its master, waiting for the day you use it. Although you can't give it another order, you're already the actual owner of this golden core. You can choose to give it to someone else, or use it for yourself. If the duel ends because your method is wrong, then you lose. It will naturally come back to me, and I won't lose anything. Yun Piaoliu said, I'll use this golden core of the Great Way to bet with you. Are you willing? Sounds good. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated, but he had already agreed in his heart, this way, it's fine. Yun Piaoliu sneered and said, then what do you want to bet with my golden core of the Great Way? Yun Piaoliu was also looking forward to this duel. Everyone was the same. Many things were stored in their interspatial rings. Many people would destroy their interspatial rings before they died. For example, Yun Piaoliu's own interspatial ring had a very advanced self-destruct program. Once the interspatial ring left its master, it would explode on its own. And the things inside would naturally scatter or be destroyed. Even if they died, they wouldn't benefit others. Now, Yun Piaoliu had his eyes on Zhuo Xiaoduo's interspatial ring for a long time. He knew that people like Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was a peerless genius, must have a lot of good things on them. And for a genius like Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was very likely that he would have the same interspatial ring as Yun Piaoliu. So, if he could coax Zhuo Xiaoduo to take out his own interspatial ring, it would be the best result. And because of this consideration, Yun Piaoliu took out the golden core of the Great Way. With this as bait, Yun Piaoliu didn't believe that Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't be tempted. And I won't die no matter what. But as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo took out something good, I couldn't take it back. It's all mine. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said, now we're talking about my fortune-telling money. How are you going to pay for it? It's not about my bet with you. What do I bet with you? Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered and said, if you don't let me show it to them, then I won't see it. I'm kind enough to give you a piece of fate and spend a lot of energy to read your fortune. This is already a great sacrifice, okay? And you want me to take out something to bet with the fortune-telling money you should give me? What kind of logic is this? Yun Piaoliu was dumbfounded. You won't take out anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sternly, brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Haven't you heard that reading someone's fortune is a big deal of peeping into the secrets of heaven and revealing them? Have you ever heard of the saying, man's life is destined by the heavens? Since it's predestined, I'm revealing it in advance. Isn't that revealing the secrets of heaven? I've already paid the price of revealing the secrets of heaven. You want me to pay a bigger price? What kind of logic is this in the world? I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I want to see the past and present lives for everyone. Why do I have to take out something to bet with you before I can do this? Don't tell me that you don't pay for your fortune-telling. You're looking for someone to do something for you, but you don't give them anything. Do they have to give you money to do it for you? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of disdain. Brother, you're not stupid, are you? As soon as he said that, the people on both sides pondered and had the same feeling. That's right. When people come to read someone's fortune, they have to consider the problem of fortune-telling. Yun Piaoliu actually wanted to use fortune-telling as a bet. Is this kid stupid? On the other side, Li Chenglong almost burst out laughing. That kid was so pathetic. Boss coaxed him to bed first and then asked him to take out something. Now he was stingy. But this guy couldn't take back what he took out. Oh, you bragged for a long time and took out something to bet. Then you turned around and said, I don't want to bet anymore. Ask yourself, who could afford to lose face like this? Maybe others could. For example, Sua Xiao Duo. They could put their face back into their pockets. Or Li Chenglong. If he wanted to help the enemy, how could he? Even if he lost face, he couldn't possibly help the enemy. But Yun Piaoliu was a disciple of a big family. He would never do such a disgraceful thing. Yun Piaoliu said angrily, You're the one who asked my brother. What's the bet? You're the one who said that. Sua Xiaoduo said, Of course I asked. Whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not, isn't that my bet? What else do you want? He suddenly realized something and said, I understand. You want to bet on whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not. That's fine too. You give me this great Tao golden pill as fortune-telling gold first. Then I'll take out something else to bet with you. That's fair and reasonable, right? Yun Piaoliu's eyes widened. He was suddenly confused. How? How did this great Tao golden pill become a free gift to you? Why? Why did this turn into this place all of a sudden? Even if this was a goddamn twist, it shouldn't be done this way, right? Sua Xiaoduo said, Just now, we were talking about fortune-telling gold. If you die, you can't pay, so your brother brought up this great Tao golden pill, right? In other words, this golden core of the great Tao is the golden fortune for you to read your fortune. The logic behind this is correct, right? And it's everyone's fortune-telling gold. Isn't that right? Isn't that the logic? Think about it carefully and savor it carefully. Savor it carefully, savor it carefully. These words were all said by your brother, right? Even if he dies, he will pay the fortune-telling gold. And the fortune-telling gold is this great Tao golden pill, right? A fortune-telling gold that can be paid even if he dies. Right? Chapter 922. Sua Xiaoduo spread out his hands and said strangely, I really don't understand. What are you talking about? Think about it yourselves. Isn't that right? Then, everyone started to recall what Sua Xiaoduo had said to Yun Piaoliu in their minds. Including Yun Piaoliu himself. Then, everyone suddenly realized that what Sua Xiaoduo said was the truth. Every word, every sentence, there was no discount at all. This golden core of the great path was really divination gold. There didn't seem to be any twists and turns in this. Could it be that they were thinking too much? Even Yun Piaoliu himself was stunned. When did I fall into his trap? Why can't I figure it out? Why can't I remember clearly? Li Chenglong, who was at the back, was expressionless. In fact, he was laughing so hard that his intestines were cramping. Do you think that Sua is always unreasonable because he's not eloquent enough? He's just too lazy to talk. Sua always believed that if you can fight, don't talk too much. If you have to fight sooner or later, then don't talk too much. This was Sua's style. He was unreasonable not because he couldn't win the argument, but because he didn't think it was necessary. However, this style could be changed by interests. For example, he came here today for a reason, and that golden core of the great path. That was enough for him to pay for his appearance. If anyone really argued with Sua, they would be confused when they fell into his trap. Today's incident was the best proof of that. This was the conclusion of Li Chenglong and Sua Xiaoduo's argument every day. Even I, the military counselor of the generation, found it hard to argue with him. He lost more than he won, and his winning rate was questionable. Let alone you guys. Now, you're all dumbfounded, aren't you? Yun Piaoliu felt that his head was in a knot. After a while, he finally understood. He said angrily, "This great Tao golden core divinatory gold is only paid if you can see it accurately. How can I give it to you now?" Sua Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, "Yes, you're right. If I see it correctly, it's mine. That's how I understand it. Didn't you just say that the Jin Dan is free and independent? It has to meet the current standards of all the people before it can reach the standard." "I agree. But now you want me to take out something else. What kind of logic is this?" Yun Piaoliu was speechless. Sua Xiaoduo interrupted, "As long as I'm right, this great Tao golden core will be mine. Wouldn't I be an idiot if I took out something else to bet with my item? I've already told you that I love reading and I've read a lot. I won't read anything that isn't Qitian's official website. You can't fool me." Yun Piaoliu was speechless. Behind him, Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer lowered their heads. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly. "This is the young master of the Tao League, right? You're so honest. You just admitted it. Such intelligence, such brains. The so-called young master of the Tao League is just a so-so." Li Chenglong almost laughed out loud. "But you have to be alive to take it," Yun Piaoliu said fiercely. "Whether I'm alive to take it or not is my business. But this Jin Dan is divinatory gold. That can't be changed." Sua Xiaoduo insisted. Yun Piaoliu was losing his patience. He had always prided himself on his wisdom. But today, he didn't even realize when he had been tricked. He couldn't help but feel angry. "Cut the crap. Let's see the fortune." Sua Xiaoduo followed his advice. "The one who pays is the boss. I'll listen to you. Who's first?" "Me first," Yun Piaoliu said angrily. "Your fortune." Sua Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Yun Piaoliu's face. When he was about to say something, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly looked at Yun Piaoliu's face carefully. Because Sua Xiaoduo saw that although Yun Piaoliu's face was covered in blood, there was vitality flowing on it. Sua Xiaoduo felt his hair stand on end. Xiaolong said to Sua Xiaoduo at the right time, "Boss, it's him. He has a treasure. And the guy beside him also has a treasure. You have to take him down and..." Sua Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Yun Piaoliu. Then he glanced at Feng Wuhan. He found that Feng Wuhan's face was also covered in blood, but there was vitality flowing on it. And the other two, Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui, on the faces of these four people, not a single one of them showed signs of certain death. At most, they had a slim chance of survival, but there were signs that they had narrowly escaped death. This observation made Sua Xiaoduo's heart skip a beat. These four must be the young masters of the Tao League that Guan Shanhe had mentioned. But how could they not die? If they didn't die, wouldn't it be my turn to die? Instantly, Sua Xiaoduo's heart sank. Sua Xiaoduo thought of the time when he had Uncle Nan's clone protecting him. And the jade pendant that his parents gave him. Those pendants could be easily killed by a Skysoar realm expert. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly knew where the vitality of these four people lay. That's right. If he could have it, why couldn't they have it too? These four people were also the young geniuses of the Windcloud clan. How could the people on the favor token not have a certain level of protection? Sua Xiaoduo felt that he had miscalculated. Your fortune tells me that today will be a dangerous day. Sua Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said in a low voice, you have a narrow escape from death. Although you can escape from death, a bloody disaster is unavoidable. Yun Piaoliu smiled playfully. In other words, I won't die. Yes, you have a narrow escape from death. Although a bloody disaster is unavoidable, there is a chance of survival. You. All four of you. Although Xiao Duo didn't want to admit it, Yun Piaoliu's fortune told him that he wouldn't die. Not only him, but these four bastards from the Dao League also wouldn't die. Xiao Duo said bluntly. No matter how much he hoped that Yun Piaoliu and the other three would die, he still spoke the truth. However, the result and the current situation made Xiao Duo extremely depressed. He couldn't stop thinking about how to kill them. Should he use the big hammer? No, his luck didn't change. Should he use Shao? His luck didn't change. Earth hairdryer. This was the battle strategy he had decided on. At most, he would create a narrow escape from death. The result would still be the same. After a long calculation, Xiao Duo could only sigh in his heart. Big families like the Dao League, which had been standing for tens of thousands of years, really protected their direct descendants well. It was extremely strict. Yun Piaoliu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. All four of you are. Xiaoduo's fortune-telling method was really unique. To think that he was able to pinpoint the four of us so accurately, without a single mistake. Of course, we won't die. Our names are in the token of humanity, and we have divided souls to protect us. How could we die in a battle of this level? What about the others? Yun Piaoliu said, you said you've seen all of us. But how long will you take? Xiao Duo said lightly, what a coincidence. You have a total of 3,142 people. Except for the four of you, the rest of you have the same fate. Everyone's face is covered with evil spirits. Death is everywhere. The gate of hell is open, and the road to the netherworld is smooth. All of you will die an unnatural death. No one will survive. He turned his head and said, oh, there's an exception. It's Deputy Governor Guan. His face is very strange. It's actually the face of rebirth after death. Well, this person is pure filial piety. He has kindness and the protection of the heavenly way. He also has the support of nobles. So, he has 30% more chances of survival than the others. Yun Piaoliu was even more amused. You mean, at most, only 5 of the 3,142 people can survive? Yes. You used the word, at most, very well. Only 5 people have the possibility of surviving. However, I dare not guarantee that they will survive. Regardless of whether it's a 9 out of 10 chance of death or a chance of rebirth, it's still a crisis. Disaster awaits at every step. Xiao Duo said cautiously. Ha ha ha. Funny. Funny. Feng Wuhan said angrily, so you're here to scare people. Xiao Duo said, I'm just saying what I see. It's always been like this. I never lie. As for whether I'm scaring them or not, we'll know after the final battle. Either way, the golden core of the great Tao will belong to us. What's the point of discussing whether it's accurate or not? It's meaningless to try to win a battle of words now. Feng Wuhan nodded fiercely. Good, good, good. I'll wait to see your physiognomy. It's always accurate. Xiao Duo said to Yun Piaoliu, now that the physiognomy is over, you can give the order. Yun Piaoliu was still unwilling to give up. He said, what if it's not accurate? Xiao Duo was annoyed. He said, if it's not accurate, you can do whatever you want with me. Yun Piaoliu was suddenly energized. A gentleman keeps his word. Can't go back on it. Good, you're a straightforward person. I'll give the order now. Yun Piaoliu opened the jade bottle. A ray of light shone, and a golden elixir slowly rose from the jade bottle. As if it had its own consciousness, it stopped in front of Yun Piaoliu. The body of the golden elixir was shrouded in clouds and colorful lights. Great Tao Golden Elixir, listen to my command. After this battle, if the divination is correct, and everyone except the four of us and Deputy Castellan Guan Shanha are killed, you'll belong to Suashao Duo. If it's not accurate, fly back immediately. If the others act rashly, explode immediately. Now, you'll wait on the side of the battlefield for the result. The golden elixir bounced up and down 3 times as if it was nodding its head. Then, it slowly floated up a few hundred feet from the ground. It floated in the void, shining with golden light. This thing really had its own consciousness. It could even distinguish the situation. What a treasure! Suashaoduo's eyes lit up. It's mine. Now, it's your turn. Yun Piaoliu said. Suashao chuckled and said straightforwardly, at that time, if there is anything wrong with my physiognomy, I, Suashao, will be at Yun Piaoliu's mercy. With the great Tao as my witness, my vow is true. Yun Piaoliu laughed. Great. Seeing the great Tao as his witness and the vow being made, Yun Piaoliu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suashao Duo was basically in the bag for them. This time, I've made a great contribution. In the team of Yun Yang, Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao were speechless. What a moron. Chapter 923. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao looked at each other, instantly feeling superior in terms of intelligence. This guy actually couldn't understand such an obvious word game. I, Suashao Duo, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. At first glance, there was no problem with this sentence. Don't overlook this sentence. This sentence contained 2 levels of understanding. First, I, Suashao Duo, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. Second, I, Yun Piaoliu, am at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. N, at Yun Piaoliu's disposal. Obviously, he hasn't been through enough social abuse. Li Chenglong's face was twisted, a little angry at Yun Piaoliu's failure to fight. Don't give yourself away, this is a big deal. Gao Qiao reminded. Li Chenglong snorted in disdain. With his performance so far, even if I directly tell him, he probably won't understand what he can do. Gao Qiao thought for a while and said, that's true. He's a fool. The bet had been set. Suashao Duo looked at it carefully again, making sure there were no mistakes, turned around and walked back. As he walked back, he swept his eyes over the people on his side, especially the people from Jade Sun High Marshal's side, and took a look at them. His heart suddenly settled. The people on the other side were full of vitality, without any signs of loss. It seemed that even if there were really people protecting them, they could only protect their lives and couldn't do more. If that was the case, it would be much easier. With a flash, he returned to Guan Shanha's side, laughing. First round. Let's make it clear, in a life and death battle, we can't win by numbers, we can't save people when we're about to lose. I think you guys will follow the rules, right? Don't move. Suashao Duo was still not at ease, so he added another layer of insurance. Stand still, I'm going to blow you guys with the earth hairdryer. Yun Piaoliu laughed. I'm afraid you guys won't follow the rules first. It's a deal. I'll keep my word. Life and death battle. Leave it to fate. Life and death, no regrets. Victory and defeat, no regrets. All right. Suashao Duo shouted, today, I, Iron Fist Young Master, Suashao Duo, am here to teach Deputy City Lord Shanha the flying heavens. As he spoke, 1 foot forward and 1 foot backward, he really did strike a boxing stance. Countless people on both sides heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. After chattering for so long, the battle was finally about to begin. Guan Shanhe cupped his fists and said, "Please advise me." Sua Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Please. Please." At this time, the snowstorm that was already raging in the sky increased in intensity once again. Dense snowflakes fell from the sky in clumps. The north wind howled mournfully, and it actually whistled. In the distance, snow and dust flew up, covering the sky and the earth. The atmosphere was created really well. It was a scene of a life and death battle. "Hey!" Sua Xiaoduo leaped up and threw out a punch that was mixed with the power of wind and lightning. Guan Shanhe shouted, "Good timing." His long sword flashed, and the sword energy overflowed, heading straight to the center of the palace. With a loud rumble, the two of them were already engaged in a fierce battle. Snow swirled in the air, and snow mist filled the air. There was only a whirlwind in the field. No matter how high a person's cultivation was, in this heavy snow, they could no longer see the shadows of the two combatants. Only the sound of the two of them fighting could be heard, which proved the fierceness of the battle. What a fierce fight! But Guan Shanhe is at a disadvantage. Yun Piaoliu sighed. "Why do you say that? Didn't you see that the snow and dust is basically rushing to our side? So far, it hasn't rushed to our side even once. Doesn't it mean that Guan Shanhe is suppressed by Sua Xiaoduo?" Yun Piaoliu felt that his brother was a fool. Why did he ask such a question? But the snow and dust doesn't mean anything, right? Maybe it's just the wind. Why is the wind getting stronger and stronger? Fuck. Yun Piaoliu was just talking when a ball of snow poured into his mouth. Watch carefully. Yun Piaoliu watched seriously. This Sua Xiaoduo is really extraordinary. If I hadn't tricked him with the bet, I'm afraid we wouldn't be his match. You tricked him. Of course. Yun Piaoliu, who was full of himself, explained his achievement in detail. He felt that if he didn't share this with the people around him, it would be better for him to walk in the dark. No one would know about this. Under his glib tongue, everyone who heard him deeply agreed with him. As expected, it was our young master Yun who had cheated Sua Xiaoduo. But then again, to use the Great Tao Golden Elixir as bait, this kind of strength and boldness was indeed not something an ordinary person could have. The successor who had been nurtured by the aristocratic families for many generations was indeed extraordinary. She was truly amazing. Roar! Sua Xiaoduo let out a long roar. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and flew all the way to the clouds in the snowy sky. The northern wind howled and surged to the maximum at this moment. Sua Xiaoduo shouted, "Guan Shanhe! Take my strongest move, hum 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 sword." Guan Shanhe roared and rushed into the sky with his sword. "Watch me." The sound of the wind became more and more shrill. Heavy snow filled the sky. Everyone's vision was blurred. Guan Shanhe rushed into the sky and immediately moved behind Sua Xiaoduo. And Sua Xiaoduo had a strange object in his hand. It was the earth hair dryer. His finger pressed on the button and he shouted, "Amazing! Watch my sword." At this moment, everyone below was still looking at each other. Many of them were still whispering to each other. What sword did Sua Xiaoduo shout just now? Hum 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 sword. Did I hear wrongly? That's what I heard too. But how can there be such a powerful move? Are we sure we heard wrongly? The wind is too strong. What did you hear? I'm still analyzing it. It's definitely not hum hum hum. But what is it? At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo, who was in mid-air, had already pressed the button of the earth hair dryer. A gust of black gas floated out silently. Along with the howling northern wind, it spread towards the opposite side like mercury flowing through every opening. To ensure that it worked perfectly, Swish Duo activated the earth hair dryer 4 times in a row. Puff! 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 Like 4 gusts of black gas, they blended into the vast snowstorm. Whoosh! 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 The gust of black gas was like a peerless ferocious beast that let out 4 big farts in a row. The northern wind howled. Xiao Duo continued to hover in the air, gathering the gust of black gas around him. He was ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Pu Guanshan was standing at the front of the Baishan city camp. Looking up, he stared at the sky with a vicious expression. His hand was holding on to the last remaining sword, and he was gritting his teeth. The faint black fog was mixed in with the heavy snow. Pu Guanshan, who was at the front, was the first to bear the brunt of it. Pu Guanshan only felt a little itchy. He could not help but frown. But after that, he felt even more itchy. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand to scratch it. In the end, he actually dug out one of his eyeballs. He only managed to let out half a scream before his jaw was already rotten to the point that it fell to the ground. The northern wind blew. His head was gone. His neck was gone. His shoulders were gone. His chest was gone. In half a breath's time, his entire body was blown into ashes by the biting cold northern wind. The famous Pu Guanshan of the Baishan mountain actually melted just like that. Whoosh whoosh. Behind Pu Guanshan, there were people who kept saying, "So itchy." However, these 2 words became the last words of this person's life. Yun Piaoliu and the others suddenly felt something strange. They also felt itchy. However, they had luck on their bodies, and supreme treasures to protect them. It could be said that they had resisted the attack of the earth hair dryer to the greatest extent. However, when the warriors instinctively turned their heads to look, they saw a tragic scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As far as their eyes could see, all the people of the Baishan city, as well as the flying guards beside them. Flying sky guards. Originally, they had all lined up neatly, ready to fight. However, they did not know why, but suddenly, they all rotted, collapsed, and turned into ashes. That's right. They were still alive a moment ago, but suddenly, their faces started to rot. As the biting cold northern wind continued, their heads turned into ashes and disappeared. Then, their upper bodies turned into ashes and disappeared. Then, their entire bodies disappeared. And then, the snow on the ground was gone. Yun Piaoliu and the others were dumbfounded and terrified. It was as if they were in a nightmare. They saw themselves falling down silently, landing on the ground. Then, the ground slowly turned into ashes and disappeared. From beginning to end, it only took a dozen seconds. The 4 of them were originally standing on the thick snow on the ground. Now, they were standing in a deep pit. And this pit was still getting deeper and deeper. After a while, the faces and bodies of the 4 people started to rot as well. The earth hair dryer was too powerful. Although Yun Piaoliu and the others were protected by supreme treasures and luck, they were only passive defenses. It was already commendable that they could last until now. Ah! Yun Piaoliu screamed. He hurriedly took out his folding fan and fanned himself and the others. Feng Wuhan also hurriedly took out a map and spread it in the wind. With a flash of light, it covered the 4 of them. Almost endless life energy and luck surged into the 4 of them, instantly stabilizing their bodies from rotting and disintegrating. At this moment, Swish Duo suddenly leaped into the air. He waved his sledgehammer, gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth, and smashed down hard. 9 deaths in 1 life, 9 deaths without the end. How can you talk about life? I'd like to see how you survive 9 deaths. Poison Boosie, I'll smash you to death. Duo was determined to kill them. He did not even care about the fan and the map. All he wanted was to smash the four of them to death. I don't want that treasure anymore. I just want to smash them to death. Chapter 9:24. At this moment, a light swooshing sound was heard. A folding fan and a scroll flew towards Duo with a strong aura. They were fighting Duo on their own accord. Good treasures. Duo's body spun rapidly. He used the most powerful Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again. Boom, boom, boom. However, the fan and the scroll resisted stubbornly. No matter how hard Duo attacked, they were still able to hold their ground. They were indestructible and unbreakable. Duo exerted all of his strength to chase after the two treasures, suppressing them until they were on the verge of collapse. Little White was the first to come out from the hammer in his left hand. The white and tender little gourd nodded, and the fan disappeared. The little black gourd and little wine shook gently, and the picture disappeared as well. Bai and Jiao immediately turned their hammers around. What happened just now happened in the blink of an eye. Except for Duo, no one else saw it. However, it happened so suddenly that even Duo was stunned for a moment. Damn, I almost broke it. You two came out and stole it. In fact, Duo was not the only one who felt that. Everyone present felt that. The world seemed to have stopped. That wonderful feeling was real and not fake. High up in the sky, a strange consciousness instantly flew far away that they could not understand. The will of the heavenly axiom wanted to take away the treasure's luck before this kid smashed them. However, the two gourds overstepped their authority and took it away first. What? What should they say? How could something like this happen? It had to be said that the whole world seemed to have stopped for half a second. Then, Duo brandished his twin hammers and viciously smashed down on the heads of the four young masters whose heads were already half smashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A shadow appeared on each of the four young masters. How dare you, kid? The illusory figure appeared, but before it could make a move, before it could even see the figure clearly. I've been waiting for you. Duo turned on the earth hair dryer at lightning speed, and pressed it twice in front of his face with a pu sound that he was afraid that the opponent's cultivation level was too high, so he only sprayed it twice. Therefore, the first earth hair dryer was used up. Duo was afraid that it was not enough, so he secretly used the second one. In order to achieve what he had today, he would not hesitate to use up all the earth hair dryers. However, the reality was that he did not need the second one. Ow! The four phantoms looked up and screamed, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a whirlwind. The four illusory figures floated in the air and then slowly collapsed. They grabbed Yun Piaoliu and the other three and soared into the sky. Just you wait. No one knew the cultivation of the four shadows. They were able to resist the earth hair dryer and escape with the others. However, the black smoke from the earth hair dryer was so strong that it could even corrode the shadows. Even Yun Piaoliu and the others, who had treasures to protect them and golden elixirs to protect them, could not escape from the earth hair dryer. By the time they were taken away, they were already rotten beyond recognition. Rotten flesh fell off their bodies, and their bones were sticking out of their heads that even if they could survive, the scars on their bodies would be hard to get rid of. This was not an ordinary poison, but the ultimate poison that was carefully developed by the non-poisonous witch to destroy the world. The flood witch banned the use of this poison because it was too insidious and vicious. Being sprayed with it, Duo didn't know whether Yun Piaoliu and the others were dead or not. But those 4 divine soul phantoms definitely couldn't recover. No matter whose soul shadow it was, the main body would probably suffer a heavy blow because of this. At this point, the White Mountain City was completely wiped out. There were more than 3,000 enemies, and not a single one was left alive. On the opposite side, the snow-white White Mountain Range was turning black, collapsing, and turning into powder. Then, it turned into a huge pit. The entire process was still continuing. All the trees and whatnot were all turned into powder in an extremely short period of time, turning into fine dust. Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something. He rushed up to look for them, and his heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. Space rings. More than 3,000 people, at least 3,000 space rings, and none of them were left. None of them were left. All of them turned into dust. Xiaoduo was heartbroken for a long time, but he had to give up. After a long time, he finally recovered from the heartache. He leaped out of the pit and stood on the snowy ground. He said, "After going through untold hardships and planning layers, we have finally won this decisive battle. We have won. Brothers, teachers, we've won. We've finally won." But for a long time, no one answered. Xiaoduo looked over curiously. He saw that all the people in front of him had their eyes and mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. There was also fear, horror, shock, and astonishment. In short, a lot of negative emotions were gathered in one place, staring at him blankly. Looking at the opposite side. Looking at those big pits. Looking at the dust floating in the air. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong were frightened. They were scared out of their wits. This is too horrible. He just waved his hand. And more than 3,000 people on the opposite side were gone. If it wasn't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's fear smashing, no one would have known that Zhuo Xiaoduo was the initiator of all this. They wouldn't have known what Zhuo Xiaoduo had done. How did things end up like this? With a poof, Guan Shanhe fell from the sky and sprawled on the ground. His face was green, and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. His whole body was convulsing and trembling. After a long time, he was still weak all over, unable to get up or even stand up. At this moment, the most frightened person was none other than Guan Shanhe. Looking at the scene before him, Guan Shanhe was so scared that his heart was about to burst. Originally, I should have been standing there too. Luckily, I scared me to death, Great Tao Golden Core. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and shouted, "I won." With a whoosh, the Great Tao Golden Core shimmering with golden light fell from the sky and quietly landed in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and took out a small jade bottle, saying, "Do you want to go in yourself, or do you want me to send you in?" The Great Tao Golden Core jumped in the air and actually went into the jade bottle by itself with a whoosh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. This Great Tao Golden Core was actually so magical. It could really understand what people were saying. Since the Great Tao Golden Core recognized it, the fortune-telling was done perfectly without any mistakes. Hence, the next moment Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt dizzy. His whole body was so comfortable that even his bones were gone. A large amount of providence points rained down on his head like a storm. Zhuo Xiaoduo moaned. It was too comfortable. Don't stop. His face was beaming with joy, and his body was sprawled on the ground like a black-boned snake. The happiness and comfort at this moment were indescribable. This wave of providence points was not as simple as 1 drop per person. It was 2 drops per person. After all, the Great Tao Golden Core recognized it as a bet. If not for Zhuo Xiaoduo's shameless act of looking at the face of a tyrant and reading the face of a dead person, this wave of providence would have been even more. However, even so, Zhuxiaoduo's Providence points had suddenly reached a whole new level. A total of 7,000 drops. 7,000 drops. Zhuxiaoduo felt like he was going crazy. Oh my god. He was too rich. Suddenly, he had a strange thought. If I were to read the faces of a few 100,000 people on the battlefield. Oh. Everyone behind him was stunned. We all know that you won. We won. You killed all of them. But you killed all of them and you feel so comfortable. Look at how comfortable you are, as if you were slaughtered by a big health horse. This sound, tsk, is simply unbearable to the ears. Even if they were at the peak of extreme beauty, it could not compare to the expression on this guy's face and the sound of his mouth. It was almost suffocating. Many of the girls blushed. What kind of sound is this little bastard making? After a long time, Zhuxiaoduo woke up from the extreme comfort. He felt his meridians all over his body. Not to mention anything else, just one thing. If the original compression could be compressed to 45 times, then this time, at the very least, it could be compressed to 50 times. This kind of improvement was simply huge and endless. Then, he looked at everyone. The battle is over. What kind of expression is that? Zhuxiaoduo walked back leisurely and said in surprise, we didn't lose a single soldier and won a complete victory. And, even though we didn't get any spoils of war and it's not considered a complete victory, it's still a complete victory over the other party. Shouldn't we be happy? Shouldn't we cheer and celebrate our victory? Why do all of you look worse than if you had lost a battle? Old Principal Han Wankue's eyes bulged and his face was pale. All gone. Yes. The other party was completely annihilated. Yes. Really. They are all dead. All. Melted just like that. Dead? Yes. How is this possible? The old principal did not know how to speak. The side of White Mountain City was gone just like that. The people of White Mountain City were all dead. It was not until now that they understood the real intention of Zhuxiaoduo when he decided on the battle yesterday. It turned out that this was the reason. So vicious. This Zhuxiaoduo, it turned out that he had this idea long ago. What 10 rounds to determine the victor, what all-out battle royale, all the words and actions, all the bets. Were actually all for once and for all to pave the way. All of them aimed to gather all the enemies together and send them off in one wave, clean and neat. Chapter 925. Recalling Zhuxiaoduo's actions, the old principal couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He used all kinds of words and hints to make the other party not only agree to this plan but also work hard to prepare for it. The other party was afraid that they wouldn't have a chance to take revenge, so they brought out all their people and all their combat power. Little did they know that this was exactly what Zhuxiaoduo needed them to do and hoped that they would do. Then the scene in front of them appeared. And the most ridiculous thing was that this wasn't done by Zhuxiaoduo alone, but the other party took the initiative to propose a decisive battle. This way, they wouldn't suspect anything. After all, it was the other side who initiated the decisive battle, while the other side passively welcomed the battle. No matter what, even if there was a conspiracy, it should be the other side. But who would have thought that Zhuxiaoduo would turn the tables on them like this? A large part of the Whitehead Mountain had now turned into a black ravine. Not to mention the people, even the Whitehead Mountain, which had been stained white by the ancient ice and snow, had melted down a few 100 meters in an instant. But was this a tactic that a human could use? Zhuxiaoduo's gang, Jade's Sun High Marshal, and the other unknown third party had also witnessed this scene. The group of 4 in mid-air was trembling all over. These were 4 top experts. 2 of them were from the Northern Army, and the other 2 were from DOT, but these 4 top experts were all scared out of their wits. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. What the hell, what kind of tactic was this? How could they send us to protect this kind of guy? If it was really about protection, who should be the one protecting who? Fortunately, we were afraid of being discovered and stood high up. Otherwise, if we were hit by that gust of wind, would we still have any? I'm afraid we would have turned into powder and disappeared. That it was too dangerous. If we were a little lower, if we were a little farther from the front, wouldn't we be gone? Otherwise, when a person died, it was often said that they were gone. This time, it was a performance that surpassed the textbook. Everyone was shocked. Only Gao Qiao, and the others, who had seen it once in the trial space, were slightly more normal. But their faces were still as white as snow, and they were trembling in fear. This kind of thing wasn't something that one could get used to after seeing it once. The truth was, each time he saw it, he was shocked, and each time he saw it, he was frightened. Duge Yushu and Luo Yenling supported each other and finally felt some strength in their legs. They walked over shakily and said to Han Wankue, "Old principal, it seems that this matter has come to an end. It's over." The old principal's voice trembled. "That's right. It's over. It's over." Suddenly, he was stunned. It's over. At the side, Mr. Li Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. With his mouth agape, he muttered, "There's nothing left." AI. The old principal said kindly, "Speaking of which, we're quite lucky." "Teacher Li, what do you young people call this? Lying down to win?" "Yes, it's a lying victory." Teacher Li was on the verge of tears. "I don't want to win without doing anything that I actually wanted to die. Moreover, I want to die even more now." That the old principal didn't hear a reply for a long time. Hence, he turned his head and smiled kindly at the dumbfounded Mr. Li Wanqing. "Teacher Li, this matter has come to an end. It's over. We can go back now." When Li Wanqing heard that, he instantly went from being shocked to being in a different state. He directly stiffened. He was just muttering subconsciously just now. He didn't even think about who was the one who answered him. That he only had one feeling now. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I just escaped from a nightmare, and then I encountered a second nightmare. And this second nightmare didn't seem to be so easy to escape from. Maybe it's the entanglement of the latter half of my life. What should I do? Wait online. It was quite urgent. This time, it was really quite urgent. Mr. Li Wanqing was almost pissing his pants now, his whole body covered in yellow and white. Looking at the old principal's kind smiling face, Li Wanqing felt more and more anxious in his lower body. His lips were green and his face was white. His whole body was trembling, his eyes were evasive. He nodded and bowed, full of flattery. "Principal, I'm your most loyal little henchman." He. "I don't deserve that. I'm an old bastard who abuses my power and uses my position for personal gain. I'm simply a scum. How can I have a loyal henchman?" The old principal smiled very kindly. "Wanqing, I've wronged you all these years. I apologize to you. When we go back, I'll think about how to arrange for you, okay? I'll definitely make it up to you and take good care of you. Principal." Li Wanqing hugged the principal's legs with a thump, snot and tears running down his face. "I didn't do it on purpose. Principal, it's been so many years. I've bled for astral souls. I've risked my life for Yenwu. I've contributed to Jade's Sun High Marshal. I even gave you 2 bottles of tea last year. Principal, please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Let me go. Spare my life. He 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 he. No need, no need. How can you even say, spare my life? You'll definitely live a long life under me. The old principal had a kind face. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. On the way here, you were the ones who confessed. Hee hee, and those 3 who shouted and jumped to kill. Yes, yes, they were all good. I remember them clearly, very clearly. The old principal praised with a voice full of energy. Good. All of you are good. In the past, I didn't know that our Jade Sun High Marshal had so many talents. When we go back, I'll use the rest of my life to celebrate for all of you. Many more people followed in Li Wanqing's footsteps. Their bodies were stiff, their lips were pale, their legs were trembling, and their lower body was anxious. They would piss their pants at any time, and their bodies were yellow and white. Among them, those who confessed their crimes on the way here and those 3 who went to kill were actually not that bad. But those 3, including Li Wanqing, clearly knew that they were going to die and wanted to vent. This was too pitiful. Using the words as if their parents had died to describe this kind of depression and despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. There was also a deep sense of regret. Especially the other 2, they were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Why were they so cheap at that time? If Li Wanqing wanted to die, then let him go and find it himself. Why did I join in the fun? I didn't confess my crimes on the way here, and I didn't defend anyone. In the end, I just wanted to vent my anger and feel better. In the end, it was a tragedy. Originally, I was the most comfortable. As long as I didn't say those words, when I went back this time, how happy would it be to hold a cup of tea and watch those fellows get cleaned up? It was the kind of pleasure that I could drink when I thought about it. But now, it was great that they had become the most miserable among them. Those who were usually very mature and prudent recovered from their shock one by one. Looking at those unlucky fellows, they were all smiling so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Serves them right. Nothing good happens when people are happy. Don't you know this old saying? They let themselves go too far. That's right, that's right. Serves them right. They should be punished. Those fellows are usually not good people. When I go back, I'll ask my wife to prepare some dishes. Everyone, bring a few bottles of wine to my house to celebrate and watch them get cleaned up. It's so satisfying, ha ha ha. Thanks. I won't go to your house. Your family is vegetarian. Every time I go to your house, I have to bring my own wine. After I go there, I'll eat a table of vegetables that are so vegetarian that my stomach turns green. You're so stingy, and you still have the nerve to say that you're treating us. Where's your shame? That's because we're treating you to wine. You only brought out a few vegetables. And it's the kind that ordinary people eat. There's no spiritual energy in it at all. How dare you say that you're treating us to wine? Am I that kind of person? You are. The group of people said in unison. In the midst of the celebration, the wind suddenly blew in the sky. In an instant, the north wind of the entire Whitehead Mountain turned into the south wind with a boom. A spirit immediately went into the spirit-snatching sword and didn't come out. Was a great master here. The 4 people in the sky all looked serious and quietly landed. Whoosh! An old man in a white robe, white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of the group as if he was an illusion. As he walked, the south wind in the air became more and more violent, and more powerful. It was as if this person's thoughts were mixed with the wind and clouds in the sky, whistling and howling. The person stood in front of the group. His eyes were tired, melancholy, and as if he had seen through everything. He looked at the group of people and said softly, "Who is Swaxiaoduo?" Swaxiaoduo was stunned. Swaxiaoyan stepped out and stood in front of Swaxiaoduo. She said lightly, "Old man, why are you looking for Swaxiaoduo? No matter what you want to talk to him about, I can make the decision." Swaxiaoyan said calmly, "It's the same if you tell me." Li Chenglong laughed and stood beside Swaxiaoduo. "Old man, who are you?" "I'm Swaxiaoduo. What can I do for you?" Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, Dugu Yen Pai Yibao, and the others laughed as if they had discussed it beforehand. What a coincidence. We're all Swaxiaoduo too. The white-robed old man's eyes were calm. He said lightly, "I'm not looking for Swaxiaoduo to kill him. I just want to ask him something." A few cold laughs came from the sky. "Kill him? What makes you think you can kill him?" 4 figures descended from the sky one after another. They stood in front of Swaxiaoyan and the rest. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and an inexplicable valiant aura shot up to the sky. The white-robed old man looked up tiredly and solemnly said, "I really don't have any evil intentions. I've already guessed that there must be someone watching you. I'm just here to ask, what kind of poison is that?" The green-robed man said, "Yuni Chen, now that you've seen it, are there any fairies on our side?" The white-robed old man, Yuni Chen, sighed and said, "No." The green-robed man said coldly, "How many fairies did you send to deal with esteemed Ling Ren?" Yuni Chen sighed and didn't say anything. After a while, he said, "When I go back, I'll definitely discipline them strictly." The green-robed man laughed coldly. "Discipline them strictly? Let me tell you, you're in trouble this time. You're in big trouble." Chapter 926. Your Dao League is in big trouble this time. A total of 8 flying cultivators are secretly targeting the number 1 person on the favor token. Yunichen, is our Star Soul continent still in an alliance with your Dao Alliance continent? His voice was as sharp as a blade. Yunichen, are our Star Soul continent and your Dao Alliance continent still allies? Over the years, many geniuses from your Dao League have appeared. Other than the Umno Alliance targeting your geniuses, have our astral souls attacked your people even once? We allowed your Dao League to produce geniuses, and we even helped you protect them. But what did your side do? Why can't you bear to see a genius appear on our side? Tell me, how many times have you made a move? The 2 of us have been watching everything from above since the very beginning. Do you really think the Dao Alliance can get away with it this time? Yuni Chen lowered his eyelids, hiding his tired eyes. He said softly, "Lord Saberguards, this old man has remembered every single word you said. But as for what happens in the future, it's not up to me, nor is it up to you. You can only report the truth. I think that's the only thing you can do. As for what happens, it'll depend on what the higher-ups do." The Saber Guard said, "I don't want to deal with it either. I'm just curious. Why? We're in an alliance, but you've tried to harm our people again and again. Can't you bear to see a martial arts genius appear on the astral souls? Is this how the 7 big shots of the Dao League teach their descendants? Then what's the point of our astral souls being in an alliance with your Dao League? You didn't participate in the war, and you acted as if the Umno Alliance didn't exist. You came to assassinate a genius on our side. After failing to assassinate him, you still have the face to ask what kind of poison you used. Where's your face?" This Saber Guard's words were as sharp as knives, each of his words drawing blood. Yuni Chen sighed softly. The truth of this matter is clear. Our Yun family will not shirk our responsibility. Besides, I'm not here to deal with the sneak attack on the geniuses. Yuni Chen said sincerely, everyone, I understand how you feel, and I know what you're thinking. No matter what you think, what you do, or how you let the higher-ups suppress the Tao League, or anything else. It's all up to the higher-ups. How about it? After all, both of our families are in the wrong in this matter. As for gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum or theory, these are not things that we can do with our status. Yuni Chen was very calm, even as if he had seen through the ways of the world. He frowned and asked, is that okay? I'm here this time to ask little Francois what kind of poison is this? How could he be so domineering? What kind of method can be used to resolve it? The guard laughed out loud and said, you're from the Cloud family of the Tao League, a family with hundreds of thousands of years of history. Can't you tell what kind of poison you've been poisoned with? Yuni Chen was not angry at all. He lowered his white eyebrows and said indifferently, I can't tell. He looked at Sua Xiaoduo with indifferent and tired eyes and said, little Francois, please enlighten me. It turned out that he had already recognized Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, you've really stumped me. I really don't know what kind of poison this is. This thing was not originally mine. Yuni Chen said, then may I ask, who was the original owner of this thing? Sua Xiaoduo looked troubled. Yuni Chen frowned and said, little Francois, please enlighten me. My 4 juniors are in urgent need of treatment. Please understand. This is a task given to me by my family. Sua Xiaoduo said, I really don't want to say. Yuni Chen said, the 2 treasures that belong to the juniors are now in the hands of little Francois. If little Francois is willing to enlighten us, our 2 families will not ask for those 2 treasures back. The sword guard sneered, what beautiful words. Of course, our loot belongs to us. What do you mean by not asking for it back? You want it back. On what basis? How can you be so magnanimous? You're really easy to get along with. Yuni Chen's temper was very good. He was not angry and only smiled faintly. Looking at Yuni Chen, Sua Xiaoduo could not help but have a strange feeling. It was as if this person was tired of everything in the world. It was as if, no matter what it was, he could not care less and not take it to heart. He was completely tired, completely indifferent. Even if he came out to do something, it was as if he was very helpless. You scolded me, hit me, and mocked me. Everything was like smoke and clouds, nothing more than that. Right and wrong, gratitude and resentment, if you don't care about it with me, I won't care about it with you either. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. It was probably this feeling, a subtle feeling that was strange to the extreme. Sua Xiaoduo could not help but feel strange. How many things had this person experienced? What kind of things could achieve such an indifferent attitude? Was this what it meant to see through the world and not care about anything? This did not seem to be open-mindedness, nor was it otherworldly. Instead, it was a kind of indifference, where his heart was like dead ashes. No matter what happened, it would be difficult to cause any ripples in his heart. Yuni Chen looked at Sua Xiaoduo and said, little Francois, may I ask what it takes for you to tell me the origin of this poison? Sua Xiaoduo scratched his head and said in distress, let me put it this way, elder. The person who planned this, or even organized the final battle, was not any of us. I just went with the flow, or rather, I was the one who was manipulated. Speaking of the planning of the whole thing, that person has a high status and a noble bloodline. We have to give him face and listen to his commands. And of course, that poisonous thing that can spray poison was given to me by him. After he gave it to me, he went to work on it himself. I didn't understand at first, but later I found out that for some reason, your side proposed a final battle. And this thing is used for final battles. To be honest, it's not very useful in individual battles. As for the subsequent situation, even I was shocked, including everyone on our side. Everyone was shocked by this poison. Fortunately, it was only a one-time thing. If it could be mass-produced and become a conventional weapon, that would be really scary. Swaxiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. He sighed and said, "What I said is the truth." The truth. Of course, I already knew that the thing he gave me was highly poisonous. I also knew that it had extraordinary effects. If not, I wouldn't have dared to act rashly. But I really don't know what kind of poison it is. Also, to be honest, today is not the first time I've seen this kind of poison. No, it should be said that I've never even heard of it. Swaxiaoduo's face was full of shock. Look, if you look carefully, even the mountains have been corroded. It's directly turned into ashes. It's really too scary. Yunichen looked at Swaxiaoduo with tired and empty eyes and sighed softly. Then, can you let me see this kind of poison again? Swaxiaoduo was shocked. Elder, this kind of poison is too dangerous. I only have so much on hand, and I used it all in one go. Only the empty shell of the spray was left, and I threw it away. Yunichen sighed softly. His body floated out smoothly like flowing water. He directly floated to the place where the black hole had become and carefully waved his hand. Some of the powder floated into his hand, and he pinched it. Then Yunichen's palm started to turn black. A black line quickly spread along his meridians and ascended. Yunichen did not resist. He allowed the black line to go through his meridian, acupoint, tsuza, and shoulder well. It suddenly turned and went along the Jade Hall, Tanzhong, Zhonghuan, all the way to his Qi Si. When the black line was about to reach his dantian, he suddenly channeled his energy. The poisonous gas immediately reversed its original path and returned to his hand, forming a bulge. He used his fingernail to scratch his skin. A black gas came out and instantly disappeared without a trace. Yunichen's face was slightly pale. He said, "What a powerful poison." He raised his head and closed his eyes. He carefully sensed and thought, could it be sky-burning poison? Sky-burning poison. No, not all of them. There are all of them, but there are others. But why would such an extreme poison appear here? It shouldn't be. Swaxiaoduo could not help but be shocked. This guy's cultivation was unfathomable. This was not strange, but he could actually gather the poisonous gas and even infuse it into his own meridians to test the poison. Although so much time had passed, and the poison must have weakened a lot, the level of risk of doing so was still abnormally terrifying. High status. Noble bloodline. Planning the overall situation. Facilitating the final battle. Yunichen frowned and said lightly, "Since little Francois has something to hide, I won't force you. I'll go back now." The sword guard's voice was as sharp as a blade cutting through the air. "Brother Yun, please tell the higher-ups of the Tao League that we don't want this to happen again. Even this time, I'll report it to the higher-ups. We'll wait and see how they'll deal with it." Yunichen said lightly, "No matter how they deal with it, it's not up to us. I don't care about it either. We're just waiting to be dealt with. In other words, we're waiting to take the blame and be responsible. That's all." He floated up. His white clothes, white robes, white beard, white eyebrows, and white hair instantly disappeared into the wind and snow. A faint chant could be heard in the wind and snow. There are 5 tastes in life: pain, regret, hatred, and regret. Looking at the past with white hair, fate doesn't matter. You've turned into white clouds, and I've followed the passing water. Asking 3 lives in front of God, there's no one left in my heart. His voice was indifferent, and ethereal. Gradually, it disappeared. After going back and forth, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. Chapter 9:27. The man in green sighed and said slowly, back then, our generation was the #1 genius of the Tao League. Now, it doesn't matter anymore. The guard said lightly, if you had his experience, you wouldn't care either. Ha! Fortunately, I didn't. Fortunately. The man in green smiled. Another saber guard sighed and said with sorrow in his heart, that matter was indeed too tragic. Sua Xiaoduo heard that there was gossip and couldn't help but prick up his ears. His face was full of curiosity. Sua Xiaoduo's thirst for knowledge was especially strong when it came to such matters. His learning ability was excellent and his memory was off the charts. The guard in front glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. He said, it's nothing good. Don't ask. Another person said, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. It's too tragic. Okay, then we won't talk about it. The others nodded. He said to Sua Xiaoduo, don't ask. We won't tell you even if you're eavesdropping. Next time, next time. Sua Xiaoduo said bitterly, why are you guys so arrogant? When it comes to important matters, you stop talking. Tell me. The 4 of them smiled. One day, with a knife in hand, I'll kill all the cliffhangers in the world. Sua Xiaoduo said hatefully. Ha! Okay, I'll tell you. The man in green smiled. Instantly, the ears of Sua Xiaoduo and the rest of the 20+ people perked up like wolves. They were all focused. The man in green smiled and said, Yuni Chen was originally wandering the Jianghu, hiding his identity. He met a woman and fell in love with her. In the end, because he pretended to be poor, people felt that he had no future. So, the woman went home. Another person continued. Then, he went home to prepare for the wedding. Then, at this time, that woman disappeared. A few days later, his father married a mistress. It's that woman. It said that at the wedding, Yuni Chen's hair turned completely white. After that, his father also felt extremely embarrassed. And became a laughingstock. That woman was beaten to death by his father on the spot. And from then on, Yuni Chen was unable to recover from the setback. All the way until now. Is this extremely melodramatic and tragic story? Alright, have you satisfied your curiosity? Sua Xiaoduo rubbed his nose, feeling upset. Even though I know what happened and how it ended up, and it's a little thrilling, but you're too careless with what you said. He didn't feel the excitement of listening to a story. You might as well not have said anything. Sua Xiaoduo complained. A good story has been ruined by you. The bearded guard then looked at Sua Xiaoduo and said, let's not talk about those old vinegars. Let's talk about you guys. What's your plan? Are you going back immediately, or? Sua Xiaoduo asked respectfully and obediently, may I know who you are, seniors? The man in blue smiled and said, the 2 of us are tigers, and they are sabers. Oh. Sua Xiaoduo was still confused, but his mouth was full of enthusiasm. I've heard a lot about you, and I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to meet you all today. Seniors, why don't you come down and have a chat? The scenery here is great, and I have good wine and a lot of Beast King's meat. These little things are not enough to get into your eyes, but it's just a little bit of my appreciation. Ahem. While you're at it, tell that story again. At the very least, add some details. It'll make the story more complete. The four people couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you won't go back immediately. Then. We'll stay, but forget about the wine. We can only stay in the dark. If we go out in the open, it'll be disadvantageous for you. As for the story. One of the guards smiled faintly, and his face was a little bleak. We old things. Which one of us doesn't have a few baskets of stories? Every one of them is about life and death, and every one of them is soul-stirring. But these things are really boring to talk about. You guys, it's better if you don't listen. We hope that you guys can always maintain this kind of curiosity and gossipy heart. Don't be like us, talking about other people's tragic past like drinking water, tasteless and tasteless. With a smile, he looked at Xiao Duo meaningfully. Then, the four of them floated up and hid themselves in the air, disappearing from sight. Are they protecting us? Xiao Duo scratched his head, and was a little surprised. Are we so powerful now? Tisk. How immoral. Xiaonian rolled her eyes and said, can you not be so optimistic? This must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups. That's why they came. Do you think you can have four powerful bodyguards at all times? Didn't you see that the four of them didn't pay much attention to you? Xiao Duo laughed loudly. He thought to himself, they didn't pay much attention to me. I saw that they were quite kind to me. Li Chenglong and the others were immediately relieved. They had listened to the gossip and their curiosity had been satisfied, especially the girls. Just by listening to these few words, they had already imagined a romantic drama about love and sorrow that could be filmed for 60 to 70 episodes. They all laughed and dispersed. Xiaonian looked at the backs of the people leaving, and her eyes were gentle. She said to Xiao Duo through telepathy, damn, your brothers are really good to you. Xiao Duo smiled. They never say what they do, but they never hesitate when it's time to do it. When Yunichen came just now, everyone rushed up together. At that time, the four of them didn't show up to protect you. Xiaonian said, but after it was done, it dispersed naturally. Everything was so natural. The fact that it rushed up together might not mean anything, but the fact that it dispersed naturally is very precious. You don't have to say that. Xiao Duo chuckled. You don't have to say that either. Xiaonian snorted and said, damn, you have to cherish it when it's time to do so. Xiao Duo nodded. Don't worry. His expression was a little serious, and his eyes were a little deep at this moment. But then he relaxed again. Some things didn't need to be said. Old Principal, what are your plans next? Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others greeted Old Principal Han Wankue and the others. Since the matter here has come to an end, we naturally have to return to Gao Wu as soon as possible. The old principal said kindly, there are still so many students waiting for us over there. On the side, a dozen people looked hopeless. We don't want to go back. When we came here, we only wanted to fight to the death here. Now, we want to fight to the death here even more urgently. Only grandsons would want to go back. Well, old principal, then. I wish you a safe journey. Xiao Duo smiled. If you have time, go to Hidden Dragon High School more often. Cough, cough, it's just that our Principal Yi is a little serious. Our teachers basically don't dare to speak in front of him. The atmosphere is not as lively as here. I really envy your relaxed atmosphere. When they heard this, the dozen or so teachers almost couldn't hold back their anger and rushed up to beat this kid up. We are already so miserable, and this little bitch is still adding fuel to the fire. The old principal's knife-sharp eyes swept across everyone's faces. He turned back and said with a smile, the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is well known in Astral Souls. If you have time in the future, you must go to Hidden Dragon High School to learn. Compared to Principal Yi, I'm not qualified to be a principal. The old principal sighed. Li Chenglong came up. He didn't use telepathy, but lowered his voice and said, "Old principal, I have one more thing to ask." "Speak." "Ours we usually fights with fists and swords. We don't easily reveal our trump cards. Before this, no one knew, including us." Li Chenglong said, "This is the life-saving trump card of our brothers." Old Principal Han Wankue suddenly understood. The teachers who were eavesdropping at the side also had a look of realization. "Don't worry," Han Wankue said solemnly, "we will definitely keep Swa's matter strictly confidential. If even half a word of this leaks out from Jade Sun High School, Han Wankue will lead all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School to commit suicide as an apology." "You're exaggerating." Li Chenglong was a little embarrassed. "We just need to keep it a secret for a year and a half." "Don't worry." The old principal's voice was as loud as a bell. "We'll definitely do it." Then, he frowned and said, "The 4 from the Tao League are not dead yet." Li Chenglong smiled. "Those 4, even if they are not dead, they are crippled. The credibility of their words is still unknown. Besides, we have ways to cover it up." "Good." The old principal laughed suddenly. This was the first time that Li Chenglong and the others saw Swiss Xiaoduo's trump card, but the brothers tacitly did not say anything. They also did not show any surprise. They suppressed their shock and curiosity. This matter could not be exposed. "Then we'll leave now." Han Wankue turned around, his face already dark. He shouted, "Take those 2 scum and leave." These 2 teachers who betrayed Jade Sun High School and colluded with Puguan Mountain Baishan City were not immediately executed. After all, there were still many follow-up matters that needed to be explained to the officials. The 3 teachers who went to exterminate Jade Sun High School still needed the testimony of these 3 people to clear their names. Thus, the 3 of them and Jade Sun High School could be cleared. Otherwise, it would not be good to give the impression that the teachers of Jade Sun High School treated human lives like grass. After all, this was a place that taught and educated people. The reputation was still very important. Regarding this point, the old principal had already considered it clearly. The old principal took the lead and left. Li Wanqing and the others' faces were dark. They had nothing to live for. Their footsteps weighed 1,000 pounds as they left. Many people who passed by Li Wanqing would fiercely slap the back of their heads. This guy was so deceitful. For a moment, the sound of slapping could be heard. Li Wanqing followed with a heart like dead ashes. He did not resist. Dugu Yushu and Luo Yanling stayed behind. They looked at their daughter reluctantly. "You too. Let's go directly to Blackwater from here. We don't want to give up halfway on our original training plan. This time, there's no need to let the teachers follow us." Chapter 928. Yu Moyen hesitated and said, "We will have to say goodbye to Zwo later. When we get back, we will report to the 2 elders." Umo Yen originally wanted to say report to teacher, but now that the engagement was set and the matter was settled, all he had to do was to wait until he got married. If he were to call him teacher again, it wouldn't be appropriate. "Then you." Luo Yanling was about to say something when Dugu Yushu pulled her away. "Our children and grandchildren have their own lives. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Let's go. There's a good show ahead. It'll be a shame if we miss it." "Oh. Okay. Let's go quickly. We have a video recorder at home. The recording on the phone won't be clear. Let's work harder." Swa Xiaoduo shouted from behind. "Uncle Dugu, send me a copy when you're done. I can't keep this to myself." Li Changlong and the rest shouted as well. You must record it clearly, Uncle Dugu. Ha ha ha. Okay. The couple then disappeared without a trace. At the scene, only Zhou Xiaoduo and his group of 13 people were left. Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen turned around. Zhou, brothers, we're leaving too. Li Changlong laughed. Get out of here if you want to leave. Do you want us to send you off? Everyone laughed and said in unison, get out. Don't flaunt your love in front of us. We're sick of it. Ha ha ha. Yu Moyan laughed heartily and took Dugu Yen's hand. Let's go. The two of them flew into the sky and disappeared in the snow. The brothers had traveled thousands of miles from different places. When they saw the news, they did not need to wait for Zhou Xiaoduo's call. They immediately dropped everything and rushed over. However, Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen did not say a single word of thanks. Zhou, I'm leaving too. Li Zhongming smiled. Zhou Xiaoduo said, you're leaving too. Alright, Yu Yen is going back too. You can send her back on the way. Yu Yen's face was flushed red. She stomped her feet, causing the snow on the ground to splatter everywhere. She said angrily, I can go back by myself. No, you can't go back by yourself, I won't be at ease. Li Zhongming laughed strangely. The others laughed together. Li Zhongming laughed and left with Yu Yen. Zhou Xiaoduo said from afar, Changming, follow your original plan and do whatever you want. Got it. Li Zhongming's voice came from far away in the wind and snow. This guy, in such a short period of time, he had actually walked several miles away. Then, Pai Yibao said, Zhou, I'm leaving too. You? Li Changlong asked in surprise, where are you going? Pai Yibao scratched his head and said, I don't know where I'm going, but I have a feeling that I need to do something. But I can't tell what it is. I wanted to discuss it with you, but I feel that there's no need to. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, go, go. Just follow your heart, don't worry about us. However, when you encounter something that you can't decide on, you must stop and think about it carefully. What do you want to do? Then make a decision. Pai Yibao said, Boss, why do I feel that you're implying something? Do you see anything? Yes, there are some things that you need to do on your own. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Pai Yibao's shoulder and said, I understand what you're feeling. It's like a kind of guidance. You just have to follow this guidance, follow your heart, and you'll see the road ahead. Okay. Pai Yibao nodded and did not say anything else. He bid farewell to the others and disappeared into the wind and snow. On the other side, Xiang Chong scratched his head and said, recently, I've been feeling uneasy. Zhou, can you help me take a look? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. You're feeling uneasy. It's right that you're feeling uneasy. Last time, I told you not to let Zhang Shuajuan go to the battlefield. You told her about this, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Yes, I told her. Not only did I tell her, but I also told her family. I told them very seriously, Xiang Chong said. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Changlong and frowned. He said, Swollen, you, Lil Bing, and Xiang Chong. Go back together. If anything happens, remember to take care of them. Li Changlong understood. What's going to happen? Zhou Xiaoduo said, act according to the circumstances. There's still a chance. But you need to plan carefully for Xiang Chong. Li Changlong frowned and thought for a while. He said, okay, then. Let's go immediately. Zhou Xiaoduo secretly transmitted his voice to him, your biggest task is to watch Xiang Chong. If there's an accident, try your best to hold on and wait for help. But still, your safety is the highest priority. Don't put yourself in danger. If anything happens, stay calm first. After we're done here, we'll go back to you immediately. The danger level lingering around Xiang Chong was vague and continuous. If one looked closely, the danger level might be higher than Yu Moyin and his wife. Sua Xiaoduo felt that he had to be prepared, but he also warned Li Chenglong not to put himself in danger if things went south. It was good that he was thinking for his brother, but if one brother put another brother in danger, not only would the loss outweigh the gain, but it would also be a great sin. The most meaningless apology in the world was, "I didn't expect it, I didn't want it to be like this, I did it for their good." Li Chenglong didn't change his expression. He waved his hand and said, "Then we'll leave too." Gao Qiao said, "Why don't I go with Swollen and Swollen this time?" Sua Xiaoduo stared at her and said, "Why are you joining in the fun? This battle has already shown that our foundation is still not enough. We need to improve it as soon as possible. Especially you, it's especially important to make up for it. Later, you go with Long Yuxing and the others." Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "I'm just afraid to disturb the two of them. I don't want to be a third wheel." Sua Xiaoduo looked at the blushing Sua Xiaonian and said sadly, "Over there, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu are two super big light bulbs. There's no time for two people." Long Yuxing said helplessly, "Sua, when you want to do something, you only need to cough gently. And we'll naturally move. It's not a problem for us to disappear immediately." Sua Xiaoduo's face changed instantly and he said angrily, "Do you two have any other ideas besides finding a chance to spend time with each other? Can't you consider the feelings of a single dog? A single dog is all alone. Don't you feel guilty when you talk? Can't you live with your conscience?" On the other side, Gao Qiao, who was now officially promoted to a single dog, felt that she had been hurt by billions of points. Sua's despicable nature was getting more and more unscrupulous and crazy now. "Sister-in-law, you don't even care about it." Gao Qiao looked helpless. "You just let him. Let himself go like this." She wanted to say, "Let him be like this," but she didn't have the nerve to say it. Sua Xiaonian widened her beautiful round eyes and was puzzled. "Why should I care? What he said is wrong." Gao Qiao was stunned on the spot. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really stunned. She never expected that Sua Xiaonian, who was as cold as a fairy, as cold as the moon, as graceful as a dream, and as pure as a lotus, would say such a thing. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't look like someone who would say such a thing. She choked on her breath and took a long time to calm down. After a while, she smiled bitterly in her heart. No wonder, the old saying was right. If you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. This really made sense. Now, there were only 5 people left. Sua Xiaoduo, Sua Xiaonian, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Gao Qiao. Of course, the 4 people who were originally secretly protecting them in the sky didn't know if they had left now. "Let's have a meeting now." Sua Xiaoduo acted like a leader. He purposely pretended to have a big belly and puffed out his chest, pacing with his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, someone's figure was really tall and there was no extra fat on his belly. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't show that he had a belly. "Tell me, why didn't you guys plan to leave when everyone proposed to leave? Including you." Sua Xiaoduo looked at Gao Qiao. In the end, you proposed to leave with Li Chenglong, but it was full of hesitation." "Why?" Gao Qiao and Long Yuxing laughed together. "Boss, you saw through it. You have sharp eyes. Damn, I don't need you to flatter me. You didn't say it when there were so many people just now. Who are you going to say it to now?" Xiao Duo said mischievously, but puffed out his chest a bit more. Gao Qiao also smiled bitterly. More or less, I don't want to leave. Why don't you want to leave specifically? Xiao Duo asked with a meaningful smile. Gao Qiao's way of life was very different from others. She always made a plan before taking action. Before taking a step, she would at least consider 3 steps or even more. This incident had come to an end. If there wasn't a certain reason, she should return to her own pace as soon as possible and strengthen her own foundation. After all, in Xiaoduo's small group, her cultivation strength was the weakest. Gao Qiao's eyes showed a rare confusion. She murmured, I don't know. I just feel that it would be a pity or even a regret to leave now. But I can't tell you what it is for. Xiaoduo guided her patiently. Then, what direction do you think you would go if you stayed? Would it be a pity or a regret? Gao Qiao said, the west. She stretched out her hand and pointed, looking very confident. The direction you want to go is the west? Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Gao Qiao bit her red lips, and her tone became more and more confident. Yes. Xiaoduo turned his head and asked Long Yuxing, what about you? Long Yuxing frowned and said thoughtfully, since I came here, I have an inexplicable feeling that is constantly invading and surging. What kind of feeling? It's hard to say. It seems that there is something in this place that has been attracting me. There is a voice calling me. This feeling seems to be in a trance, but it is also very real. Chapter 929. Long Yuxing said, Boss, you know that I rarely dream, but in the 2 nights I've been here, as long as I rest for a bit, I'll fall asleep. I'll dream of a green dragon staring at me. At the same time, I would dream of a strange place. The direction, location, environment, and characteristics are all very obvious. Also, do you remember the last time we sneaked into Baishan City? We were attacked by a Skysoar realm expert? At that time, although the other party only attacked once, his killing intent had already locked onto the 2 of us. At that time, I only had one thought in my mind, and that was to protect Xiao, even if I had to die. Long Yuxing took a deep breath and said with a heavy expression. Wan Lixiu's eyes were filled with tenderness as she gently hugged Long Yuxing's arm. Stop, are you trying to show off your love to me? Are you pretending to be a saint? Xiaoduo was a little angry. They were clearly talking about serious matters, so how did the conversation turn into a saint of love who risked his life to protect his lover? I can't believe someone dares to be so arrogant in front of me, especially in front of me and Sister Nian, pretending to be a Casanova. How am I supposed to act like this in the future? Boss, can you take a break? Can you let me finish? I'm being serious here. Initially, we were locked down by that Skysoar realm expert, and we couldn't move at all. I gave it my all, and I was on the verge of self-detonating in order to move to Xiao's side. However, that Skysoar realm expert's killing intent far exceeded the limits of what we could handle. At that time, I was thinking that it would be great if only I died so that Xiao could survive. But at the very last moment of the attack, a surge of energy that seemed to belong to me, or perhaps it was the same as my own energy attribute, but much purer than mine, suddenly appeared. Then, the 2 of us were sent flying, and we sustained heavy injuries. But to be honest, the situation was much better than the best I could have imagined. Much, much better. Long Yuxing said in distress. After that, I checked again and again, but I couldn't find the source of that power at all. However, the strange power that I sensed earlier seemed to have become clearer. I discussed it with Xiao and wanted to ask you to help us, but we've been busy for the past few days. We'll talk about it after we're done. So Xiaoduo pondered and asked, which direction did you sense it from? The west. Long Yuxing also pointed to the west. It's also in the west. Sui Xiaoduo's smile became more meaningful. Then, he looked at Wan Lixio with a smile. Wan Lixio thought for a moment before she realized what he meant, and her pretty face immediately darkened. Gao Qiao and Long Yuxing are from the west. The two of you are quite telepathic. Sui Xiaoduo chuckled and asked, Xiao, do you feel anything? Wan Lixio's face turned even darker. No. Really? No. Not at all. No. You really can't sense the west? No. With each question, Wan Lixio's face turned uglier. Gao Qiao kept smiling bitterly. Long Yuxing wailed, Boss, my dear boss. Can you rest for a while and talk less? We all have wives. Why should a man frame another man? I'm not pretending to be a Casanova. I'm just telling you my true feelings. I've already told Xiao about this. Sui Xiaoduo looked at him in surprise. Long Yuxing, do you know what you're acting like now? You're guilty. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts in the middle of the night. What are you guilty of? Wan Lixio turned to look at Long Yuxing with a murderous look. Sui is right. What are you guilty of? Long Yuxing looked up helplessly. Boss. Sister-in-law, help me. TSK, TSK, TISK. Sui Xiaoduo lectured Wan Lixio. Xiao, aren't you usually too strict with Long Yuxing? Why are you calling for help? Hey. It shouldn't be like this. Are you pretending? Wan Lixio said to Long Yuxing angrily, Boss is right. Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Long Yuxing suddenly had an impulse to beat his chest and stamp his feet. This is really an unexpected disaster. Sui's mouth is really fucking cheap. Sui Xiaoduo didn't delay any longer, since you two have a spirit in your hearts. Well, you both feel that you're going west, then let's follow your feelings. Sui Xiaoduo chuckled. This is called following your feelings. As he said, he operated the qi in his dantian and sang with deep emotion, Follow your feelings. Hold the hand of your dream. Love will keep me in any place. Oh, oh, oh. Long Yuxing's face was full of despair. The feeling of going to the execution ground grew spontaneously. Go, 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 go all the way west and don't look back. Sui Xiaoduo led the way, as if he didn't know what was happening behind him. Sui Xiaonian and Gao Qiao quickly followed. Behind them, Wan Lixio pursed her lips and snickered while pinching Long Yuxing's arms, ribs, and waist. Long Yuxing bared his teeth and had a fawning look on his face. I didn't do anything. Why do I look like I've made a big mistake? I'm not pretending to be a Casanova. The five of them disappeared in the wind and snow. Angry voices came from the sky. So cheap. Little bastard. I really want to beat him up. He's so cheap. But what are they doing in the west? Should we follow them and have a look? The four of them quickly followed, all very curious. Not to mention anything else, just the feeling they were talking about was enough to attract them. What on earth could give these little guys such a feeling? In the wind and snow. Sui Xiaonian asked Sui Xiaoduo through sound transmission, what kind of feeling are you talking about? Sui Xiaoduo smiled slightly and said, in fact, this kind of feeling seems very strange, but it's actually worthless. Because people have this kind of feeling. It's not a gift at all. Take Long Yuxing as an example. In fact, the truth has been made clear. It's his family's divine skill that has a reaction. The so-called power 100 times purer is nothing more than the green dragon Yuan Qi. His body is compatible with the green dragon bloodline, so of course the feeling will be stronger than others. But it's just a little stronger. It's just a little more fate than others. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. Sua Xiaonian was still confused. She didn't quite understand. Well, she didn't understand most of it. Sua Xiaoduo said through sound transmission, in fact, we often have this kind of feeling. When we arrive at a strange place, sometimes there will be a very strange feeling, as if this place. I've been here before. But in fact, I've never been to this place before. Sua Xiaonian nodded. I've had this kind of feeling before. Also, when you arrive at a place, you suddenly have a feeling of nostalgia and don't want to leave, as if you've left something here. You've probably had this kind of feeling before, right? Yes, I have. Some places give people a kind of oppressive aura, which makes people feel heavy when they're originally very relaxed. There are also some places, as soon as you walk past, you unconsciously have a creepy feeling. Everyone has this kind of feeling. The creepy place may not actually be dangerous. It's just that people's life aura has a reaction to a certain kind of aura in the surrounding natural environment, or should I say, it echoes. Of course, there's a high probability that this kind of feeling is real, but most people just brush past the opportunity. Gao Qiao and Long Yuxing belong to the category of people who have a real sense of aura. If they were ordinary people, most of them would just leave with this kind of feeling. Some warriors who have a more sensitive sense will look in this direction, but most of them will end up empty-handed because it's impossible for them to find anything. They'll just treat this feeling as an illusion. This time, they felt the same way. If I'm not here, Long Yuxing may be able to find his opportunity, but Gao Qiao will probably end up empty-handed. But now that I'm here, he. Sua Xiaonian said, with you here, you'll definitely be able to find it. Of course. Sua Xiaoduo said, otherwise, why would I keep them here alone? The aura that suits Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen, isn't here. So I let them go. It's the same with Li Zhongming. And Pai Yibao, it's the same situation. People are different. And only Long Yuxing and Gao Qiao are suitable for this kind of aura. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. Why do some things about warriors make ordinary people feel that it's inconceivable? Some of their abilities are even regarded as immortals. Actually, this is the difference. Because they don't understand. Sua Xiaonian's eyes sparkled. Wow! Puppy, you're so awesome. Now that you've said it, I understand everything. She nodded her little head and walked briskly step by step. She said, in the future, when I have this kind of feeling, I'll also stop and take a look. Sua Xiaoduo said proudly, you don't need to. Because when you have this feeling, you'll definitely get it. Because your luck is 1,000,000 times better than ordinary people. Sua Xiaonian wrinkled her nose and snorted. It's all because of you. Sua Xiaoduo was proud of himself. He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly 3 times. Then, he asked Sua Xiaonian, do you feel anything now? I feel like you're a silly dog after laughing 3 times. Sua Xiaonian's words almost made Sua Xiaoduo shut himself up. I mean, do you feel anything else? What kind of feeling will you get? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Now that you mention it, there's something else. Sua Xiaonian suddenly thought of something. She said, actually, when I first came here, I had a feeling that I'll definitely get something. You have this feeling too. Sua Xiaoduo smiled mysteriously. He looked like he was prepared for a surprise. Stupid dog. Chapter 930. Sua Xiaonian almost laughed out loud. She said, have you forgotten? Xiaoduo. He told me a long time ago that there is an ancient mysterious ice under the white-haired mountain that was transformed by the ice soul. Hearing this, Sua Xiaoduo suddenly felt that he had been hit hard. He had prepared a surprise, but the ice soul had already sensed it. She even knew what the target was. This is the reality. I have long planned to stay here and look for the hidden place of the mysterious ice after this is over. Swishanyan's eyes were curved. Her face was full of, "You are such a silly brother," and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. She couldn't help but want to pinch Swishaoduo's nose. Swishaoduo became more and more listless. He pouted and walked forward. He secretly transmitted his voice, "This time, my young heart has been hurt billions of times. If no one kisses, hugs, lifts me up high, and takes off my clothes to sleep, it will never be able to make up for it." Swishanyan snorted. She raised her head and walked forward with her mouth pouted. Her footsteps were light. At this moment, she really looked like a carefree girl. Her heart was full of happiness, youthful vitality, and longing for the future. She didn't feel cold at all. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu behind her felt better. However, Gao Chao, who had just been identified as a single dog, only felt that a handful of dog food was falling from the sky. She was stuffed, and stuffed, but still kept pouring it down. The cold dog food was slapped on my face and stuffed into my stomach. I didn't have time to react or avoid it. I just felt that you guys were having a good time with each other, that I'm single. Did I offend a lot of people? What kind of helplessness is it to not be able to find a partner? I also want someone to hold me in his arms and slap our dog food on other people's faces. The five of them moved forward. Under Swishaoduo's intentional or unintentional guidance, Long Yuxing smoothly found a deep cliff. "It's here, it's this feeling," Long Yuxing said excitedly, almost jumping up. Swishanyan looked at Swishaoduo doubtfully, hinting that it was not very accurate. Swishaoduo rolled his eyes and said calmly, "Have you found the place?" "Found it. Then you'll have to look for it properly. Once you've determined the correct location, we'll consider it a success." You and Gao Chao can search together. You two have telepathy, so you might be able to find it faster. Wanli Xiu rolled her eyes at Swishaoduo before rolling her eyes at Long Yuxing. Gao Chao giggled and said, "Swa, I'm really surprised that you've lived to such an old age. I'm really surprised, and suspicious. What's even stranger is, when you were studying in Phoenix City, how come you weren't beaten to death by your classmates?" Long Yuxing said sullenly, "Who doesn't want to beat him to death? Who doesn't want to be a dog? It's because he can't beat him. If there was someone who could beat him, he wouldn't have become like this now. Alas." Swishaoduo squinted and said, "Long Yuxing, you're really arrogant now. How dare you say such things? If there's a plate of pickled vegetables, you wouldn't be drunk like this, right?" Long Yuxing hurriedly pulled Wanli Xiu to look for the place he was fascinated by. Gao Chao giggled and turned to the other side to look for it. Swishaoduo chuckled as he watched them walk away. He used his spirit qi to create a tea table in the snow. Then, he pulled out a two-seater sofa from his spatial ring. He pulled Swishanyan to sit down and made a pot of tea. "Let's drink tea while waiting for them to come back." Swishaoduo's face was filled with contentment. Now, this has become a good place to fall in love. Look carefully, the snow is falling, the heaven and earth have merged into one, it's like a dream. We are here, leaning against each other, standing at the peak, admiring the misty scenery. Our hearts are especially open and happy. This is the atmosphere of falling in love. Swishanyan was a little worried and asked, "Can they find it?" "It'll be a miracle if they can find it." Swishaoduo laughed. Then they heard a rumbling sound in the distance. The three people couldn't find the place and had started to destroy it. They broke the mountain and cracked the stone, flattened the road and dug 3 feet into the ground. But when they started, the commotion that followed grew louder and louder, and it shook the surrounding area to the point it rumbled and trembled. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the avalanche above his head and said, "Fuck. These bastards are ruining the atmosphere. Let's go to the Tower of Annihilation and continue." Before he finished speaking, Zhuo Xiaoyan hugged him and said softly, "No, it's not bad to be buried in the snow." As she said, her shy eyes flashed and her petal-like lips blocked Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly felt that his soul was floating and he was indescribably sweet and happy. For a moment, he forgot where he was and didn't know where he was. Then, the avalanche continued to roll down, burying the two of them deep under the ground. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu searched and destroyed along the way. They found a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that only grew in extremely cold places and were hidden in the belly of the mountain. But this harvest and the so-called feeling were two completely different things. In other words, they hadn't found the target of this trip. And as they destroyed, the feeling became fainter and fainter. As they continued to destroy, they went further and further. After encountering several waves of star beasts and demonic beasts and fighting with them, they didn't feel anything. As they lost the feeling of the target, Long Yuxing felt more and more irritable. Wanli Xiu was puzzled. Did we go in the wrong direction? It can't be wrong. Then why not? Let's look again. After a long time. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and Gao Qiao returned to the place where they separated at the beginning. They were all dumbfounded. Here, after the avalanche, even the gully was filled up. Where was Zhuo? After the three of them dug for a long time, they finally found the two of them. Well, to be more precise, they dug out the place where the two of them were. At the bottom of the excavation, there was a house made of snow. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were sitting on a sofa and drinking tea leisurely. The fragrance of tea was still lingering in the air. It was very tempting for the three of them who were sweating all over. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still as sanctimonious and well-dressed as usual. Zhuo Xiaoyan's appearance was slightly different from usual. She was more or less embarrassed and blushed a little. Even her eyes were a little evasive. "Zhuo, you really know how to enjoy life." Long Yuxing was amazed. "We disrespected the avalanche. This was originally an accident, but you actually used our avalanche to build a house and drink tea." This kind of ability to use things casually and casually was not small. Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu were girls. Naturally, they were more attentive. The moment they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, they only felt that he was a little too serious and sat too upright. Then, they looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's bashfulness and shyness. The sofa towel on the two-seater sofa seemed a little messy. There were a lot of wrinkles. Cough. Therefore, the two girls' faces turned red. They coughed and forcibly changed the topic, saying, "We didn't find it." Zhuo Xiaoduo was sanctimonious and said, "In other words, you still need me to do it." He gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a smug look, which meant, "See, you can't do it without me, right?" Zhuo Xiaoyan replied with a dog's hit, and rolled her eyes. She was still worried and pulled down the lapel of her clothes. Why did she feel that the clothes were not the same as when she was wearing them before? Everything was not right. Cough. Gao Qiao pretended to be indifferent and coughed twice. She asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, did the buttons inside the clothes not have time to be fastened?" Wanli Xiu said understandingly, "It can't be helped. It's our fault for coming in too quickly. Sorry." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked down on her face every day. Now that she finally had a chance to take revenge, she did not care whether it was ruthless or not. The two girls who were able to hit him while he was down felt inexplicably comfortable and very happy. "Of course, we are not as thick-skinned as you, but we can bully your wife. Haha. They finally found the breakthrough point. Little Nian's sister-in-law, who was stronger than Zhuo, should be the strongest component of Zwa's team. However, in the current situation, she had become the weakest from the strongest to the weakest. She had become a huge loophole that could be easily broken. Zwa Xiaoyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She was so embarrassed that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. She lowered her head and murmured, "No. No. Not that." Zwa Xiaoduo laughed and stood up. He took Zwa Xiaoyan into his arms and said casually, "The two of us are working." "What are you talking about?" "Let's go and find the treasures." "Do you still want the treasures?" After that, he held Zwa Xiaoyan and strode out with his head held high. Zwa Xiaoyan lowered her head and nestled in his arms obediently. She quickly followed them out, seemingly walking faster than Zwa Xiaoduo. Obviously, she wanted to quickly get over with what had just happened. Ha! Soft laughter came from behind. Suddenly, the air was filled with joy. When everyone got out of the igloo, they could not help but take a deep breath when they came into contact with the cold and fresh air outside. Then Zwa Xiaoduo waved his hand and laughed, "Follow me. Watch how I find the treasures in the first move. There will never be a second time." "Bullshit." Long Yuxing did not believe him. "Bullshit. Do you want to make a bet?" Zwa Xiaoduo wanted to set a trap for them again. "No." Long Yuxing simply refused. "How many times have I been fooled like this? Why should I bet? If I bet again, I will work for you for the rest of my life. Don't you know that I am now in the stage of saving money for my wife?" But then he remembered the IOU in Zwa Xiaoduo's hand. The interest was many times faster than a donkey rolling on the ground. Long Yuxing could not help but smile bitterly. "Damn it, even if I don't bet, I will work for you for the rest of my life. Bet with him." Gao Qiao urged as they walked. "You can't die without me. Why don't you bet?" Long Yuxing was unhappy. "I don't have anything to bet," Gao Qiao said. "You can look for it. Maybe there is. Even if there is, I won't bet." Long Yuxing was depressed. Chapter 931. Long Yuxing finally realized that this Gao Qiao was actually the same as Li Chenglong. They were both people who specialized in sending others into a pit. As for themselves, they would never jump into a pit. Xiaolong eagerly led the way in front, while Zwa Xiaoduo boldly walked straight ahead. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the four people, including Zwa Xiaoyan, Zwa Xiaoduo boldly walked all the way to the bottom of the cliff. He seemed to randomly choose a direction and cleared the snow. Then, he touched the stone wall as if he was testing the thickness of the stone wall. Then, he took out a big hammer and smashed it with a boom. Boom! The mountain collapsed again. Why did he say, again? Long Yuxing curled his lips and was just about to say, "I was wondering what happened. Aren't you smashing things like me?" When he was about to say that, he immediately fell into a stupefied state. His words were stuck in his throat. This was because as the mountain rocks rolled down, a clear and misty light suddenly appeared and a dense mist rose up. Right in front of the five people, where there was originally nothing, a cave residence suddenly appeared. It was as if a huge cave residence had appeared out of thin air. As far as the eye could see, it was shrouded in auspicious clouds and thousands of auspicious colors, illuminating half of the sky and earth. The four people who were following him from afar, as well as the two Dao Alliance experts who were also following him from afar, didn't feel anything. All they saw was a flash of azure light, and in that instant, all of their strength disappeared. Like dumplings, they fell from the sky with a plop. The few of them were head first, burrowing into the thick layer of snow like rockets. Their bodies could not move at all. Their dantian was completely sealed, and they were stuck in the snow at an unknown depth. Both sides felt that they had been fucked. What was going on? Why could they not move all of a sudden? One of them was shocked. He opened his mouth and was about to scream when he fell. He plunged all the way into the snow, and with his mouth open, he forcefully swallowed a stomach full of snow. His throat felt like it was straight, and the snow swallowed in. As he plunged down, he felt that his stomach was quickly filling up. Infinite misery, this snow. Why is it so damn thick? But then again, if there wasn't such a thick layer of snow, from where they were, they would have fallen from the sky head first. How could that be any better? On Zhuoxiaoduo's side, the few of them were also dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the magnificent cave abode that had suddenly appeared. The light gradually disappeared, and an ancient hall appeared in front of everyone. The door was wide open. Looking through the crack in the door, he didn't know how deep it was. Zhuoxiaoduo put away the hammer, turned around, and smiled indifferently. He clasped his hands behind his back and said casually, "What good luck. I just casually smashed it, and it actually hit." Shaking his head, he continued, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you suspicious?" The four of them rolled their eyes at him. Although they didn't know how this fellow found it, how could they not be surprised and suspicious? If he said that it was possible to find it with just a hammer, they wouldn't believe it even if their heads were chopped off. Looking at this annoying behavior of shaking his head and wagging his tail, everyone was speechless. However, they couldn't find any fault to refute him. They could only hold their breaths in speechlessness. The entire process seemed to be done by just casually taking 2 steps and smashing with the hammer. What else could it be? Gao Qiao felt more and more that she had chosen the right boss. He really had a bright future. Whether it was because he found it carefully, or because he found it by chance, or by luck, as long as he could find such a place, he was the kind of person who had great luck. There was no doubt about this. The process wasn't important, and they didn't need to pay attention to it. Gao Qiao sighed in her heart. She glanced at Zhuoxiaoyan, took a light breath, and calmed herself down. "Let's go in." Zhuoxiaoduo waited for Xiaolong to wander around and come out dancing. Finally, he said calmly, "There shouldn't be any danger inside. We just need to pay attention to the aura. It'll be fine." Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked in with an imposing manner and footsteps that seemed to have reached the horizon. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by what he saw. Not only Zhuoxiaoduo, but the 4 people behind him were also shocked the moment they came in and took a look. They saw a huge green dragon in front of them. It was at least 1,000 feet tall, and a huge eyeball was looking down at Zhuoxiaoduo and the other 4. This was probably the true meaning of looking down on all living things from a high position. The 5 people's reflections were clearly reflected in the dragon's eyeball. It was like looking into a mirror, and every detail was clear. A strong dragon's aura hit them right in the face. Zhuoxiaoduo and the others immediately stiffened. They couldn't help but take a step back instinctively. However, they realized that the dragon's huge eyeball was still looking at them. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo almost peed in his pants. This dragon seemed to be alive. A certain someone who always believed that a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall immediately tensed up. He only felt that an unprecedented crisis was about to befall him. How could he deal with it? With his mouth open, Zhuoxiaoduo stared at the dragon's eyeball in front of him without moving his eyes. He felt that his legs were playing the pipa. With a swoosh, he took out 2 big hammers and said in a trembling voice, "You guys. Go out first." Sure enough, the dragon's eyeball moved with him as soon as he moved. His own shadow moved back and forth in the dragon's eyeball that he could feel the majestic aura of the dragon's body, and its breath of life, moving back and forth. Where Xiao Duo almost cursed Xiao Long in his heart. This damn thing, you're going to kill me. That's a statue, right? Sui Xiaoyan also said in a trembling voice. However, she finally recognized it before Sui Xiao Duo and revealed the truth. A statue. Sui Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look again. He saw the dragon's eyeball staring at him again. He couldn't help but shudder again. It was too scary. Judging from the dragon's size, Sui Xiao Duo felt that he wouldn't feel anything even if he was swallowed whole. Otherwise, he would sneeze and sneeze, or be let out as a fart in his stomach that it was really too big. Just one of the dragon's claws in front of him was 3 to 4 times thicker than Sui Xiao's waist. However, after he mustered up his courage and looked at it for a long time, he finally confirmed that it was indeed a statue. But it was too similar, too realistic. This dragon statue was more than 100 feet tall, and it was very lifelike. It looked exactly like a real dragon statue. Sui Xiao Duo looked at it attentively and found that the entire body of the green dragon statue was made of a special material. Especially the scales on its body. Sui Xiao Duo and Sui Xiaoyan felt a sense of familiarity. That was 1000 fantasy gold. However, 1000 fantasy gold was red, and the scales in front of them were dark red with a hint of gold. It was obvious that the quality of this 1000 fantasy gold was far better than ordinary gold. The dragon's teeth were sharp and gave off a metallic texture. The pair of extremely huge eyeballs, almost as big as the 6 people of Sui Xiao Duo, were actually complete and flawless heart of stars. And it was the heart of stars of the ice attribute. In fact, it was because of this that Sui Xiaoyan was the first to react. Although the heart of stars of the ice attribute, because it was too restrained, it only gave off a very weak cold air. It was obvious that most of the essence was sealed inside, and very little was left out. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make it unimaginably valuable. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes instantly turned into the color of gold. This was such a huge amount of wealth. And these 2 heart of stars, except for Sui Xiaoyan, no one else was suitable for it. At this thought, Sui Xiao Duo couldn't help but admire Sui Xiaoyan's luck. She actually found 2 heart of stars of the ice attribute in this random green dragon cave mansion. Moreover, this wasn't Sui Xiaoyan's main goal. It was purely a coincidence. The real location she sensed was still quite a distance away from here. It was not the same thing. In other words, these 2 heart of stars, which even the ice abyss which would exclaim that she had never seen before in her life, and would drool over them, was just an unexpected gain for Sui Xiaoyan. This kind of luck was really speechless. And Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu obviously also discovered the mystery. After being shocked, endless envy surged. Why was her physique so compatible? Why was she so good at practicing her cultivation method? Go in, go in. Sui Xiao Duo wiped off the cold sweat. In fact, although this green dragon statue was just a statue, it was emitting a real dragon's aura from head to toe. It made people not dare to look at it directly. In front of this statue, they couldn't help but tremble. Long Yuxing's face was full of infatuation as he stroked the scales on the green dragon's body. His eyes sparkled as he looked at it. For a moment, he felt as if he had entered a dream. He was reminded by Wanli Xiu several times. Then, he staggered into the room. However, he kept turning his head back, looking back at this huge green dragon statue. And the eyes of the green dragon statue seemed to be able to move, and it was always responding to Long Yuxing's gaze. Sui Xiao Duo in front of him exclaimed and suddenly stopped. The 4 of them stopped at the same time and looked up. They couldn't help but feel dazzled at the same time. After the green dragon, there was a huge plaque. There were 4 big words on it. When the 5 of them saw it, they suddenly became absent-minded. Every word of the 4 words was like a living green dragon, swimming and circling above it. Naturally, it was filled with a feeling of a king, roaming the 4 seas. The charm and aura of it made Duo and the others feel that they couldn't bear it. Instinctively, they had a feeling of submission, an impulse to kneel down and worship. This was the real divine aura. Green Dragon Holy Temple. Next to it, a huge stone tablet stood on the ground. There are 4 extremes in the sky, and the green dragon guards the east. Chapter 932. In front of the signboard, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Then, they walked in with some reverence. Azure Dragon Sacred Hall. This. What kind of place was this? Everyone could not help but feel solemn. The group continued to walk in. The moment their vision opened up, a vast hall came into view. It seemed that this hall had a radius of several thousand feet. Countless objects were scattered on the ground. On the other side, there were a few scattered bones that were emitting a sparkling light. And it was these broken bones that were emitting a strong aura of majesty. This is the might of a dragon. The true might of a dragon. Long Yushing said with a trembling voice. This hall was really spacious to the extreme. In the east, there was a huge throne. A person was sitting on it. His body was slightly bent forward, and one hand was placed on the armrest. The other hand was missing. Presumably, the scattered bones on the side were from this hand. This person did not have any injuries on his body, only a white mark was left between his eyebrows. But it was this white mark that took his life. Although he had been dead for God knows how many tens of thousands of years, the aura that flowed from his body had never dissipated. Even Duo, a daring and mischievous person, couldn't help but avert his eyes when he looked at this person. This was a king, sitting on his own throne, looking down on the world. Looking down on his subjects, looking down on his country. In his eyes, there was a trace of a smile. Although he had been dead for a long time, it was still the same smile. Duo subconsciously thought that he had seen wrongly. But when he looked carefully, he realized that this person's eyes were really smiling. Although he had been frozen, he was still smiling. Duo could not understand. While he was maintaining this posture, he had already suffered a fatal injury and was about to die. And he must be very clear about this situation. If so, what was he smiling about? Opposite this person was a woman in a palace dress. One hand was behind her back, and the other was holding a sword, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. Although they could only see her from the back, she was still graceful, like a person in the clouds. As the group entered, the aura surged. The air in the hall, which had been silent for tens of thousands of years, flowed. The woman's white clothes were also gently fluttering. It seemed that she was still alive. She was still graceful, and peerless. In the hall, the 2 people, one sitting and one standing, were facing each other. The man on the throne was smiling. Duo and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths as they tiptoed over, afraid that they would disturb the couple. Even those Duo and the others were certain that the 2 had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but with such grace, even after billions of years, no one would dare to show the slightest disrespect to them. When they turned to the opposite of the woman. Beautiful, she was really too beautiful. This woman's skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She had an otherworldly appearance and there was a faint smile of relief on her face. However, there was still some disappointment in her eyes. Jade pendant was a jade pendant, long was a long sword was a jade hairpin. Other than that, there were no other decorations. But as soon as they saw her, they would instantly feel that the world was clean, spotless, and beautiful beyond compare. Between heaven and earth, there was no filth that could get close to her. Although she had been dead for tens of thousands of years, she was still as pure as ice and jade. Like the bright moon in the sky, she was cold, lonely, and indifferent. It was obvious that this man was killed by this woman, and this woman had perished together with this man, going to the 9 springs together. Everyone had vaguely guessed this. In the hall, Zhuo Xiaoduo and several other living people had entered, but it was still silent. An eerie silence. A man and a woman, one sitting and one standing, both with smiles on their faces, had been dead for tens of thousands of years. But it was these 2 dead people that made Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others feel oppressed, and they almost did not dare to breathe. When they tried to walk to the middle area where the man and the woman were looking at each other, they felt that the surging of the aura was several times stronger than the left, and it was full of maneuvering. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried hard, but he was easily thrown out by the aura of the 2 people. The moment he landed lightly, he felt like he was in a dream. These 2 people have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Not only are the aura of the confrontation still there, but it is also so powerful. How? How is this possible? Zhuo Xiaonian and the others could not help but be shocked when they heard this. What kind of cultivation was this? After tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years after death, their bodies did not decay, and they were vivid and lifelike. Their expressions did not change, and their aura was still the same. This kind of realm was beyond the knowledge of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, and the others. It was unbelievable and unimaginable. Just when Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to intervene in the aura and was thrown out again, a dense fog suddenly rose from the ground. It seemed to have disturbed something. It seemed to have triggered something. In the blink of an eye, the whole hall suddenly turned into a paradise on earth, and the vision was full of fog and illusions. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, and the others all felt that their eyes were inexplicably in a trance, as if they were passing through a long river of time, and the scenery in front of them was constantly changing. Finally, the constantly changing scenery suddenly stopped. The place where the 5 people were standing changed to a corner of the hall, and what they saw in front of them was still the same hall, but the scenery in front of them was colorful and magnificent. It was still the same hall, and it was still the same man in the green robe. The man in the green robe sat on the throne, and his face was slightly pale, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes slowly turned, looking at the hall on the 4 sides of the hall. There was some disappointment in his eyes, but more than that, there was relief. He was smiling. Below the throne, there was a row of seats on both sides, 4 on the left and 3 on the right. However, there was no one sitting, and they were all empty. The man in the green robe smiled faintly, and with a wave of his sleeve, a cup of wine appeared in his hand. He said softly, 7 brothers, have you all left now? Did you have a safe journey? For a long time, no one answered. After a while, the man in the green robe finally drank up the cup of wine, as if his brothers were still smiling at him in front of him. In this battle, I was seriously injured, and I don't have the strength to break the void. I can't leave with the 7 of you. In the future, if there is a new Azure Dragon Saint throne, you can go ahead. I will only be relieved, and have no other thoughts. He smiled faintly, and talked to himself. The cup in his hand was filled by itself, and the fragrance of the wine permeated the whole hall. After drinking another cup, the green-robed man's eyes became sad. I know you hate me and hate me for not leaving with you, but if I had stayed with you, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Hornwood dragon, neck gold dragon, root earth raccoon, room sun rabbit, heart moon fox, tail fire tiger, water leopard of winnowing basket. Ha, this is what people call you. But I still like to call you little dragon, little Kong, little raccoon, little fox, little rabbit, little tiger, little leopard. Sigh. The man in the green robe's eyes were gentle. Take care, brothers and sisters. Little Rabbit and Little Fox, sisters, I'm afraid I can't protect you from the wind and rain anymore. Take care of yourself for the rest of your lives. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. The man in the green robe smiled faintly, and a wine pot suddenly appeared in his hand. This time, he raised his head, and gulped down the wine. All of a sudden, a heroic aura was born. The sound at the door disappeared. It was quiet. The man in the green robe chuckled, and said faintly, I haven't come in, but there is already an elegant scent of cinnamon. Tyene, why are you so late? Azure Dragon Saint's cultivation is really high. You have already predicted my arrival, so you stayed here to wait for me. A gentle female voice sounded faintly. The man in the green robe drank a mouthful of wine, and he stood up from the throne. When he was sitting down, he was already like a monarch. When he stood up, he was even more like the emperor of the heavenly court, the ruler of the world. He had the aura of a monarch. That kind of majestic aura, as if the world was in his control, was released. He looked down indifferently, and said coldly, Your main target is me, so I can't leave. If I want to leave, it's easy. But under your cinnamon horizon tracking, none of my 7 brothers and sisters can escape from your evil hands. That gentle voice said faintly, I have long heard that Azure Dragon Saint is a righteous person. For your brothers, you will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Today, I have met you, and you are even more famous. So, I can only use such a despicable method to keep you here. The gentle voice sighed, Azure Dragon Saint, you are indeed an extraordinary man, a great husband since ancient times. Heng-yi admires you greatly. It's a pity that we are on different sides. Otherwise, I would definitely drink 3 cups of wine with you, Lord Saint, so that today's meeting will not be in vain. The man in green, Azure Dragon Saint, smiled faintly, can't we drink 3 cups of wine with different sides? Moon Star Lord, your words are a little biased. The door was silent for a while, and finally, a soft laugh sounded, Lord Saint, you are right. Since that's the case, Heng-yi will drink 3 cups of wine with you. As she spoke, a white-robed lady floated in. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she was extremely beautiful. When she entered, Swish-Xiao Duo and the rest felt as if a bright moon had suddenly descended. She walked in slowly, all the way to Azure Dragon Saint's throne, and smiled, Lord Saint, nice to meet you. Azure Dragon Saint smiled faintly, and his eyes were full of admiration. Fairy Heng-yi is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Every time I see you, I can't help but be stunned. Opposite him, Fairy Heng-yi smiled, thank you for your praise, Lord Saint. Cheers. As she spoke, a transparent wine cup appeared in her hand. The wine in the cup was slightly yellow, like the cinnamon from the Moon Palace, and it was filled with a strong fragrance. Although this was only a video, and the person involved had been dead for tens of thousands of years, Swish-Xiao Duo and the rest could still smell it when they saw this scene. Looking at the yellow but clear wine, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chapter 933. The Swish-Xiaonian was looking at Fairy Heng-yi without blinking. This is what I want to do in my dream. So beautiful. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu were already dazzled and lost in thought. In this image, the man and woman's bearing, style, aura, power, and temperament were all unparalleled in the world. Was this the realm and bearing of a great cultivator, a powerful existence? This is a martial artist, this is a cultivator. This kind of bearing, aura, calmness, and carefreeness are the true peak figures. In the blink of an eye, everyone recalled all the important figures they had seen in their lives. However, they felt that no matter who it was, compared to the 2 people in front of them, they were more or less lacking something. This kind of calmness, This kind of supreme power, this kind of carefree aura, and this kind of aura that could look down on the world with just a raise of a hand. The difference between the two was truly huge. The Azure Dragon Sage laughed loudly and raised his wine pot. He raised it from afar and said, "Fairy, please. This toast is to you. Eternal youth and eternal beauty." Fairy Hang Yi smiled faintly and said, "Hang Yi returns the toast to you. This toast is to wish your 5 brothers and 2 sisters a safe and smooth journey." The Azure Dragon Sage's expression suddenly became serious. He had wanted to use the wine pot to drink, but after hearing this, an exquisite wine cup appeared in his hand. He carefully filled it and sighed softly. He chuckled and said, "Just based on your words, I have to pay more attention to this cup of wine. I will definitely taste this cup properly. Thank you for your blessings." He raised his head and slowly drank it in one gulp. He maintained his posture and did not move for a long time, as if he was reminiscing. Fairy Hang Yi smiled and covered her face with her sleeve. She accompanied him and drank the cup. She said, "Before I leave, Hang Yi has nothing else to give you. I just want to wish you the safety of a brother and sister. Please take a look." As she spoke, a mirror appeared in her hand and she shone it on the wall. On the wall, the scene of a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses appeared. A continent was slowly floating up, as if it was about to leap into the sky and leave. On this side, countless soldiers and horses were chasing after them. Blood splattered everywhere. On the boundless battlefield, screams of agony were deafening. The sound of weapons clashing was so loud that it covered the sky. People were constantly flying up and self-destructing. The Azure Dragon Sage stared at the screen for a long time without moving. "This is a battlefield that I should have been on." Countless people were fighting in the sky. The killing was intense and extremely tragic. Suddenly, a woman's sorrowful and clear voice sounded, "The Moon Lord has ordered for the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East to leave." This voice sounded like a gust of wind and instantly spread throughout the battlefield. Then, a group of women shouted in unison, "The Moon Lord has ordered us to let the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East go." The white-clothed women all had tears in their eyes. Following the surging of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, a gap suddenly appeared in the tight encirclement. 7 figures shot out like lightning. These 7 people were all covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. Battle cries shook the heavens within the formation. Everyone was still fighting with all their might. The opening that had just appeared was instantly closed. While people continued to rush out from behind, there were also people who continued to fall. There were 2 women and 5 men. The man in the lead had a curly beard, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. "Where's my big brother?" The 2 women also shouted at the same time, "Big brother, where are you? Where are you?" They flew into the sky and looked around with grief on their faces. The woman from before said in a cold voice, "The Moon Lord has ordered us to let the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East go. However, if you don't leave, you'll be killed without mercy." Along with the voice, a woman in a yellow palace dress flashed and appeared in the sky. She had a sword in her hand that flashed with a cold light, and her face was cold. However, there was uncontrollable grief in her eyes. The 2 women were furious. "How dare you!" Then, they turned around and charged. "Let's go find Big Brother. Big Brother. Where are you? Little Rabbit. Little Fox." The bearded man in the lead had a miserable expression. He shouted and grabbed his 2 sisters. "This battle is not beneficial to our army. This is the last chance that Big Brother has given us. We have to leave first so that we won't waste Big Brother's plan for us. After that, we'll find an opportunity to come back and find Big Brother." Big Brother is not a hero. Without our burden, who can do anything to him? If we die now, we'll die in vain. Big Brother isn't here. However, in the future, we'll never forget this debt. The 7 of them were covered in blood and stood in the sky. Suddenly, they shouted at the same time, "If Big Brother dies, this hatred will never end. If Big Brother is here, we can finally reunite in this life." Suddenly, weapons flashed and pierced into their chests. They dug out their hearts in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Each of them took a drop of blood from their hearts and chanted something. The 7 drops of blood suspended in the air turned into a small heart-shaped blood. It was red. Then, the heart-shaped blood shot into the sky. With a flash of red light, it disappeared from the entire continent. 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon. Big Brother, we'll wait for you. There are 4 extremes in the sky. The Azure Dragon protects the East. The Azure Dragon of the East will always rule the 7 stars. Big Brother, you. Take care. You must. Take care. Their voices were hoarse in the end. Then, the 7 of them supported each other and flew through the void, chasing after the continent that was already hidden in the clouds. In the air, a sorrowful voice echoed. Big Brother. Take care. We'll meet again in the mortal world. Vaguely, there was the sobbing of the Heart Moon Fox and the Room Sun Rabbit. The scene flashed and disappeared. The mirror in the Moon Lord's hand also turned into dust at this moment and scattered from his hand. The scene was gone. However, the Azure Dragon Lord's eyes were still focused in that direction for a long time. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He was also a little relieved. His brothers and sisters were finally safe. It would be difficult to meet again in the mortal world. Even if he was not a hero, he would still have difficulties. He stood quietly. His burly body was like a statue. His brothers' cries for their big brother still seemed to echo in the air. After a long while, the Azure Dragon Lord finally came back to his senses. He let out a long sigh and then took in a deep breath, as if to calm the surging emotions in his heart. Then, he bowed slightly and said softly, "Thank you." The Moon Lord listened quietly and accepted the bow of the Azure Dragon Lord. Then, he replied seriously, "You're welcome. This is what we should do." The Azure Dragon Lord did not go. Otherwise, we might not have been able to stop them. The casualties would have been even greater. This is the Azure Dragon Lord giving up on participating in the battle. We should repay and respect you. Lord Qinglong laughed. My brothers were able to escape unscathed. That's enough. Thank you, and this cup of wine will still be given to Lord Tai by Jinxing. This kindness is hard to repay in this life. This thank you and this cup of wine are a little token of my appreciation. Lord, please. At this point, the 3 cups of wine had all been drunk. 3 cups of wine before the battle. This is a gathering of old friends. In this life and in the next, there is no gratitude or enmity between us. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled faintly and said, "However, I still do not understand. Why did you stay behind? Now, not only has the Demon League left, your Tao League should no longer exist in this world, right?" The Moon Lord said plainly, "What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death?" The Azure Dragon Lord said plainly, "In my opinion, you have another mission, right?" "That's right." The Moon Lord smiled. "We spent a lot of effort and countless twists and turns to make the Azure Dragon Lord stay behind. We fought thousands of battles and sacrificed thousands of times. All our planning was for you. If we could not do it, how could we be satisfied?" The Azure Dragon Lord smiled bitterly. "You're exaggerating. Not at all. The Moon Lord said, everyone knows that under the Demon Emperor, there are 10 demon gods and 365 heavenly cycle demon gods. They also have Dong Huang's help. They are powerful and invincible. However, very few people know that under the Demon Emperor, the 4 symbols array formed by the 4 sacred venerables is the cornerstone of stabilizing the 4 sides of the demon court. It is the foundation. Therefore, we did not care about the price and used all our efforts to make you stay. How could we not deal the final blow and leave the possibility of letting the tiger return to the mountain? Ordinary people can't do anything to you. You can wait for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years just by sleeping. As long as you are still alive, the foundation of the 4 symbols array is still there. Therefore, I took the initiative to stay behind and die with you. I have to confirm that you do not exist in this world before the situation comes to an end. In the world, without the Moon Lord, there will be a successor to fill in. However, without the Azure Dragon, the 4 symbols array will be forever damaged. Therefore, we have to pay the price of losing the Moon Lord. Fortunately, we can afford it. The Moon Lord said indifferently. It was clearly related to her own life and death, but her unique face still did not change at all. It was as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. What a pity. The Azure Dragon Sage put his hands behind his back and smiled. It's better to get a man to do it. It's too wasteful to let the Moon Lord do such a thing. It's too much of a pity to let the Moon Lord die. His words seemed to be a joke, but the last 4 words were said extremely seriously. Extremely seriously. It was too much of a pity. The Moon Lord smiled. No matter what, you are here now, and so am I. The Azure Dragon Sage turned back to look at the screen wall where his brothers had once shouted. He sighed softly and said, Fairy, you let me see how safe my brothers were just now. Now, I can't even say a blasphemous word. The Moon Lord said seriously, Sage, you are a gentleman. Even without this relationship, you would not say anything blasphemous. The Azure Dragon Sage smiled. The Moon Lord smiled and said, Also, other than my Cinnabar Kasha, it is difficult for others to track your Azure Dragon 7 stars. I also hope that I can give you the respect you deserve. Even if a hero of a generation falls, he should have his glory and respect. Chapter 934. The Azure Dragon Lord said, Fairy, you are indeed considerate. Thank you. This time, he was thanking the Moon Lord for her high evaluation. Then, the 2 of them stopped talking. They had said everything they wanted to say. They had finished drinking the wine. At this moment, there was only life and death to end this relationship. Fairy, you really shouldn't have come. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled bitterly as a sword appeared in his hand. With the sword in his hand, clear light surrounded it. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Azure light flowed on the blade of the sword. An azure dragon could be clearly seen swimming around on the surface of the sword. The Azure Dragon Lord's other hand raised the wine jug high. Clear wine poured down his throat continuously. He finally finished the wine jug. With a pinch, the jug shriveled and was thrown to the side, making a clanking sound. Lord Azure Dragon sighed. Fairy, you clearly know that even though I, Azure Dragon, am heavily injured and my life is at stake, I still have the ability to bring anyone who wants to take my life with me on the road. The Azure Dragon Lord said plainly, as long as I want to, there's no one I can't bring with me. Opposite him, the Moon Lord smiled. Of course, I know that. Since you have a corner of the creation plate, you naturally have the confidence to say this. Other than demonic emperors and other sovereigns, as long as you fight with your life, you can kill whoever you want. However, since Heng Yi is here, she has already made up her mind and has no intention of returning. You don't have to be merciful. Just do your best. If you can get past me, you might be able to reunite with your brother. With the Moon Lord here, I won't have that day. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled faintly and moved the long sword in his hand slightly. A gust of strong wind suddenly rose from the sword body. Following a soft boom, the sword wind transformed into countless demon gods and pounced towards the Moon Lord. Fairy, I'm sorry. Lord, I'm sorry. The long sword in Tyene Fairy's hand also rose up, and a white mist appeared with extreme coldness. Sua Xiaoduo and the others looked at the scene. Although it was rare for them to feel the extreme cold, they could still see the power formed by the extreme cold. This extreme chill actually froze the countless demon god projections in the air. Not only that, even time and space seemed to be frozen. Seeing this scene, Sua Xiaonian was extremely envious. She wondered when she would be able to reach such a high level of freezing the world and freezing time and space. Although the Moon Sutra that Sua Xiaonian cultivated could freeze the extreme cold, it was still inferior to the extreme cold of Fairy Heng Yi in front of her. It was an unattainable gap. As long as she willed it, no matter if it was a sword or a sword, wind or wind, she could instantly freeze it and turn it into powder. This was the highest level of the ice attribute. The two of them fought fiercely in the main hall. At first, they fought silently in the air. They controlled their strength with ease and did not leak out the slightest bit. However, after a short period of time, their strength gradually overflowed, stirring the entire main hall into a mess. As the items in the main hall were gradually affected and turned into powder, Sua Xiaoduo's heart ached. There were so many treasures. They should have been the rewards this time. The speed at which the figures changed became faster and faster. In the end, even Sua Xiaoduo and the others could not see clearly how they were fighting. They only felt that the sword chi filled the air, cutting the void apart and reorganizing it again and again. Finally, the sound of the sword chi rang out. Both of them groaned at the same time. Then, both of them laughed bitterly, and their entangled figures suddenly separated. The Moon Lord was still standing in the same place. Her clothes were clean and spotless. It was as if she had never fought. The Azure Dragon Lord sat back on his throne. His expression was the same as before, but there was an additional white spot between his eyebrows. He laughed bitterly. I'm sorry, Fairy. I did not want to use the Horn of Fortune. However, in the end, I could not hold back. I won this battle unfairly. He had an apologetic look on his face as he said, I don't know if Fairy believes me, but the current outcome is not what I want to see. The outcome I want to see is for everyone to escape safely. Although I hope to see my brothers again one day, I also hope that Fairy can escape unscathed. It's a pity that at the last moment, I can't fulfill my wish. I don't want to cause trouble. On the other side, the Lunar Sovereign smiled gently. Her smile was even brighter than before. She said, since you said so, I can see your sincerity. The Azure Dragon Lord sat on his throne and smiled. He said, I'm finally going to say goodbye to this beautiful world. There are so many regrets in my heart that suddenly surged up. I thought that I could get over it. However, I did not expect that at this moment, I'm still haunted by it. It's hard to part with it. The Moon Lord was stunned for the first time. She forced a smile and said, that's right. Although this world is not perfect, I can't kill it. I won't look at it anymore. The Moon Lord looked at the Azure Dragon Lord and said gently, Lord, I heard that the Azure Dragon Temple can listen to your orders. Why don't you and I return to silence and disappear from this world? The Azure Dragon Lord took a deep breath. Suddenly, his body shone with sparkling holy light. He smiled at the Moon Lord and said, Fairy, it's a pity that the Azure Dragon Temple and the Moon Lord are gone if we leave now. The Moon Lord squinted and said, "What do you mean?" "Let's leave behind the inheritance and wait for fate." The Azure Dragon Lord said slowly, "I'm only waiting for fate to come and inherit my legacy. I've been powerful for my entire life. It's a pity that my legacy is cut off. I believe that you don't want your legacy to end." The Moon Lord thought for a while and said, "All right." Holy light flashed. It was sparkling and bright. The Azure Dragon Lord said indifferently, "Junior, you must know the elegance of the Azure Dragon Lord and the Moon Lord. Fairy, let me use the time reversal and eternal mirror image." The Moon Lord laughed and said, "Lord Saint, you're indeed a sentimental person. Even in such a situation, you're still in the mood." From the moment the two of them met until the battle of life and death, they had both suffered fatal injuries. They knew that they were destined to die. However, from the beginning to the end, the two of them had not said a single harsh word. There was not a single shout. There was no howl, no laughter, no scolding, no exhalation. None of it. From the beginning to the end, they had been so relaxed. They had spoken to each other gently and elegantly. There was a smile on their faces, and their tone was light. It was as if they were chatting with old friends. Just listening to them talk gave one a sense of comfort. The Azure Dragon Lord took out a jade pendant and smiled. "I've left my legacy in this jade pendant. Together with my life ring, I've left it all to the fated person." As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were standing. He looked straight at Long Yuxing's face and said faintly, "Junior, I have something to say about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon bloodline." He muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes were sharp as he said indifferently, "Learn my skills and obtain my inheritance. No matter how high the sky is or how wide the sea is, you will follow me and commit heinous crimes. However, you must not forget one thing. In the future, if you see the 7 stars of Azure Dragon, no matter what, you must not harm them. Even if we're enemies, even if we have different standpoints, you can't kill the Azure Dragon 7 stars. That's my brother. That's my sister." He held the jade pendant in his hand and took off his ring. He placed it in his right palm and clasped it on the armrest. He said, "If you agree, you can only obtain my legacy and pass it on to me if you swear to the heavenly Tao. I've made a vow that I won't accept any disciples in this life. You can't be considered my disciple. You have no relationship with the Azure Dragon 7 stars. No matter what you do, 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 no matter what you do." Lord Qinglong stared at Long Yuxing with a dignified gaze. This gaze had clearly been separated by tens of thousands of years, yet it was still so calm. However, it contained a monstrous might. Taiyin Fairy said, "Saint, it seems that there are many fated people who have yet to come here. One of them is actually exceptionally compatible with my inheritance." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "Oh, what a coincidence." Taiyin Fairy smiled faintly and pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo shuddered. The Moon Sovereign did not turn around, but her finger was pointing straight at Zhuo Xiaonian. "Sage Lord, this successor of mine is taking advantage of you too much," the Moon Sovereign said leisurely, revealing a joyful expression. The Azure Dragon Sage said, "Everyone has their own fate. There is no harm in this." A jade pendant quietly appeared in the Moon Sovereign's hand. "Ice Body, Moon Soul, receive my inheritance." Then, she smiled and placed the jade pendant at her left foot. She also took off the space ring on her hand and placed it on the jade pendant. Then, a jade pendant appeared in each of her hands. She said, "This is for you." Without turning her head, she casually pointed at Wanli Xiu. Then, she said, "This is for you." She pointed at Gao Qiao, However, when she pointed at Gao Qiao, she was suddenly stunned. A trace of loneliness appeared on her face. Then, she remained silent for a long time. Then, she said, "Child, you actually made me feel pity for you. I might as well give you more." White mist rose. A drop of lustrous blood emerged from the Moon Sovereign's fingertip and slowly dripped onto the jade pendant she left for Gao Qiao. Then, he let out a long sigh. This sigh could be heard clearly even by the most iron-willed and rough man. It contained 30% desolation, 30% solitude, 30% solitude, and 30% resentment and isolation from the world. It was a feeling of sympathy for a fellow sufferer. There were 3 jade pendants. One was placed at her left foot. It was for Zhuxiaoyan. One was placed at her right foot. It was for Gao Qiao. The last one was in front of the Moon Sovereign. It was for Wanli Xiu. The items are more or less distributed. It's a pity that I didn't get anything in the end. Your goal should be this item, right? Then, she smiled mysteriously and said, "If you have the chance to see the Demon King in the future, you must pass a message to him for me." Percent. Chapter 935. Pass a message to the Demon Emperor. Sua Xiaoduo could not help but feel puzzled. What message do you want me to pass? Why don't you let Long Yuxing pass it? This is the successor of your legacy. However, no one could answer that question. The Azure Dragon Sage's eyes were deep. He pondered and hesitated. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "This sentence is: I, Azure Dragon, have not let you down in this life." The last 8 words were said in an unusually heavy and emotional tone. He had addressed the Demon Emperor as you and not you. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Sua Xiaoduo was taken aback. Wasn't this sentence ordinary? As for specially bringing it, the Moon Lord smiled faintly. Why do you have to take it to heart, Lord Sage? Actually, thinking about it carefully, if you and I were in that position, it would be difficult for us to be considerate. The Azure Dragon Sage chuckled. Everyone knows how to reason and change their tricks. They are just ingenious. However, I'm not in that position. Therefore, I can still complain. The Moon Lord smiled and said, mischievous. The Azure Dragon Sage smiled and said, Fairy, I'll leave my sword behind. Kid, you have to use this Azure Dragon Divine Sword well. The Moon Lord smiled and said, I won't leave my sword behind. My sword and my belongings are very important to me. The Azure Dragon Sage tilted his head slightly. It was his posture and expression after tens of thousands of years. He smiled. Important. Fairy, that legend of yours. Fairy Heng Yi smiled faintly. Time's up, Lord. The last sentence is a little lazy. Before she finished speaking, the scene had already frozen. Everything around them returned to its original state. The Moon Lord stood while the Azure Dragon Sage sat. He tilted his head slightly and smiled. Both of them were smiling, but they no longer moved. Then Sua Xiaoduo and the others felt the world spin. When their minds stabilized and they looked up, they realized that they had already returned. They were still in their original positions, looking at the Azure Dragon Sage and the Moon Lord. Only the aura of confrontation between the two of them had disappeared. Sua Xiaoduo tried to move, and sure enough, he could move freely. He opened his mouth subconsciously and said, I feel like I'm in a dream. Me too. Me too. This is not a dream. This is definitely not a dream. Zhuxiaoyan sighed softly. This should be the Azure Dragon Lord using his last bit of life force to cast time reversal, eternal mirror image. It allowed us to clearly see the final scene that belonged to the two of them. It allowed us, the fated people, to clearly understand the cause and effect of what happened back then. She exhaled softly and said, the cultivation and strength of these two seniors are truly exceedingly powerful. Her voice was filled with respect and admiration. She looked at Azure Dragon and the Moon Lord with admiration and respect. Facing such a great expert, no one could disrespect him or not look forward to him. Sua Xiao Duo, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Gao Qiao felt the same way. Let's kowtow to these two seniors first. Sua Xiaonian suggested. All right. The five of them knelt down side by side and kowtowed 9 times respectfully to the Azure Dragon Sage and the Moon Lord. Then, Sua Xiaonian, Wan Lixiu, and Gao Qiao kowtowed in front of the Moon Lord and respectfully picked up their jade pendants. Long Yuxing kowtowed in front of the Azure Dragon Sage and swore to the Heavenly Tao that he would never hurt the Azure Dragon's 7 stars. Then, he carefully walked forward. The Azure Dragon Sage's hand, which was originally holding the jade pendant, had indeed slipped to the side after Long Yuxing swore to the Heavenly Tao, revealing the jade pendant and ring. Long Yuxing bowed again and reached out to take the ring and the jade pendant. He still did not check them. Instead, he just held them with both hands and bowed again. On the other hand, Sua Xiao Duo had already put away the triangular jade pendant that had fallen on the ground. Perhaps others would not notice, but how could Sua Xiao Duo not recognize it? This gray and inconspicuous triangular jade pendant was made of the same material as his broken jade pendant. However, the moment Sua Xiao Duo put it away, he immediately wrapped it with spiritual energy and threw it into his spatial ring. He did not choose to directly try to fuse it with anything. This was Sua Xiao Duo's cautiousness. He did not want to take unnecessary risks. He was really a little afraid that the jade pendant would suddenly fuse with his body and cause a change that was beyond his expectations. Sua Xiao Duo was sure that as long as the 2 pieces of broken jade came into contact, there would definitely be a change. And now, there were still many treasures in this palace that had not been collected. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Sua Xiao Duo stood in front of the throne with a serious face and bowed respectfully. Then, he stood up and said, "Respected Azure Dragon Sage." Cough cough. When Gao Qiao heard Sua Xiao Duo's tone, she subconsciously thought of the atmosphere of the advanced model giving a report at a conference. She could not help but choke. My Sua is amazing. Respected Azure Dragon Sage, this is your residence. As a junior, I should not be so presumptuous. However, you have already passed away for many years, and we have worked hard all the way until now. It can be said that we are extremely poor. Many times during our cultivation, we could not even bear to use a piece of Astral Soul's jade. But you can use more expensive cultivation materials to build a house. And make a chair. Sua Xiao Duo sucked in a mouthful of saliva. Because he suddenly discovered that the large chair of the Azure Dragon Sage was made from the geocentric Astral Soul's jade. Moreover, it was a complete piece of Astral Soul's jade, and there was not the slightest flaw. Evidently, it was made from a whole piece of geocentric Astral Soul's jade. Such extravagance was completely unprecedented, and it made him gasp in amazement. We have really experienced too many difficulties and hardships along the way, and every step we take is extremely difficult. Now, you already have a successor, and you have already handed over your matters clearly. Now, there is no use in forcefully keeping the treasures in this palace. I wonder if there is a warehouse or something in your Azure Dragon Sage palace. Therefore, us juniors. Cough cough, take it that you have pitted the children's difficulties in cultivation, and are giving your successor some benefits. Xiao Duo looked at the Azure Dragon Sage anxiously and said, "If you do not say anything, I will take it that you have agreed," and tacitly agreed. "Thank you, Lord Azure Dragon Sage." Xiao Duo bowed and saluted. Then, he stood up and said, "What are you all standing there for? Lord Azure Dragon has already agreed. Don't be idle, go and move the things quickly." Xiao Duo was very anxious. Because in the image just now, the two people had clearly said that they would not leave the Azure Dragon Sage Palace behind. After the inheritance was completed, there would definitely be some other mysterious method to destroy it. That it was the sentence, "Fairy, I will leave my sword behind. Boy, you must use this Azure Dragon Sage sword well." And the sentence, "I will not leave my sword behind. This sword and the things that I carry with me are of great significance to me." It reminded Xiao Duo firmly. It must be known that the sword of the Moon Sovereign was clearly still in her hands. If she did not have other preparations, why would she not leave it behind? Why could she not take it away? She was already dead, why would she not leave it behind? According to common sense, she had to leave it behind whether she wanted to or not. Therefore, there must be something fishy about this, something very fishy. Besides, since such peerless experts had already lost their lives, they would definitely not leave their corpses behind for others to trample upon. Even if they were to be buried, it was impossible for them to leave it behind if they were not at ease. This was the final dignity that belonged to the experts. Cui Xiaonian, who was more simple-minded, could not think so much at once. She could not help but scold, "Xiao Duo, the two seniors have not been buried yet. Aren't you being too impatient? Sister, my dear sister, can you hurry up? I will explain to you later." As he spoke, Xiao Duo had already rushed to the door. He looked up at the huge Azure Dragon statue and reached out to put it into the Azure Dragon statue was so big that even the space ring from the flood witch could not contain it. However, when Xiao Duo tried to put it away, it still did not move. With a quick thought, he took out the 9x9 cat hammer and smashed it with all his might. Everything on this statue was good stuff. Every scale was an excellent material. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The claws were smashed into several pieces. Xiao Duo hurriedly put them all into his interspatial ring, then he jumped up and put away all the pearls on top of the hole. He only left one pearl for illumination. Then, he went around in circles to collect things. He called out, "Hurry up, there is not much time left. I think this place will be gone at any time." Hearing this, Long Yuxing seemed to have woken up from a dream. He and Wan Lixio hurriedly began to collect things. Cui Xiaonian also began to collect things, but her movements were more chaotic. Gao Qiao was the only one who quickly came to the same conclusion as Xiao Duo when he started putting on an act. She was also the first person to respond to Xiao Duo's orders. However, the space in her spatial ring was relatively limited. She only focused on the most valuable things she knew. Everyone moved together and collected things wantonly. They searched the halls one by one. The Azure Dragon's sacred hall was very big. There were so many good things in the main hall of the Azure Dragon's sacred hall. Even the building materials of the Azure Dragon's sacred hall were emitting rich spiritual energy. They were all good things that everyone knew. After cleaning up the two side halls, Xiao Duo's eyes lit up. He found a back garden. Although there were many weeds inside, the rest of the spiritual plants and spiritual materials were extremely rare. Some of them were even rare treasures of heaven and earth that were rarely seen in the world. Oh yeah! Without hesitation, Xiao Duo took out the super big shovel of heavenly witchcraft copper. With a shovel, he shoveled all the soil and herbs into the space of the void extermination tower. almost 10 cubic meters of soil was dug into the ground with a shovel. Hurry up! Sua Xiao Duo called out, Nian Mao, hurry up and work with me. Chapter 936. The soil here obviously had a certain amount of spirituality. Naturally, he could not let it go. Besides, there should be the essence left behind after the spiritual herbs had rotted. No matter what, it was the accumulation of more than tens of thousands of years. How could he waste it? In less than 3 minutes, the entire herb garden had been dug down to a depth of 300 meters. Even the walls of the herb garden had been removed. Sua Xiaonian stood aside. Looking at this scene, she could not help but be stunned. This was too ruthless. Was it necessary? Was it really necessary? Digging 3 feet into the ground already implied that someone was extremely greedy. Sua Xiao Duo was not just digging 3 feet into the ground, but 1,000 feet into the ground. Then, she saw Sua Xiao Duo running toward another hole. As he ran, he shouted, Nian Mao, quick, quick, quick. Sua Xiaonian was speechless. She looked up at the majestic azure dragon holy palace. Was this place really going to disappear? Xiao Long led the way in front and also ran very fast. Boss, there is a warehouse here. It should be the treasury of this place. Before Sua Xiao Duo arrived, the hammer had already arrived. With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was smashed open. He rushed in without stopping. He didn't even take a closer look at what was inside. He had already taken 3 shelves into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Sua Xiao Duo really didn't care about anything else. He just kept everything in a frenzy. Right now, it was a race against time. Everything else was insignificant. 15 seconds later, Sua Xiao Duo rushed out. With a hammer, another door was smashed open. Is there any more? Sua Xiao Duo shouted. Everyone knew that he was shouting for Xiao Long. Xiao Long said, there is one more over there. Quick! In the hall. A cloud of mist rose. It gradually blurred and filled the entire Azure Dragon Holy Palace. Sua Xiao Duo shouted, hurry up and grab it. It is almost gone. Long Yuxing and the others had already seen the changes. They had long lost their original gentleness and elegance. Even Gao Qiaoer and Wanli Xiu were taking whatever they saw. They even took away a lot of floor tiles. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Finally, a voice slowly sounded. Fairy, your wish has been fulfilled. It is time for us to leave. A gentle and beautiful voice replied, the children are all here, right? Unfortunately, I can't see them now. I really want to see this world again. The Azure Dragon Sage chuckled, we can't see. Let's go. The little fellows have taken the things. It can't be that fast, right? There's an especially smart and obedient one inside. Alright, let's go. Fairy, please. We've been fighting for our entire lives. Today, we'll die together. It's fate. I wonder. Is the moon in the sky still as round as before? The Lunar Star Lord sighed in disappointment. The remaining trace of divine sense from back then was suddenly activated. This is no longer our world. We will never meet again in the human world. A sigh filled with vicissitudes of life. With a faint sense of loss and disappointment. Ha! It's over. Then in the Azure Dragon Sage Palace, a huge force was suddenly activated. With a boom, Sua Xiao Duo and the others were directly sent flying. Everyone couldn't help but stay in midair. Then, they saw the huge Azure Dragon Sage Palace below them disappear instantly. It disappeared without a trace. Xiao Duo was still holding a large stone from the palace wall in his hand. He stood in midair with a dumbfounded expression. It's really gone. It's gone just like that. My heart hurts. Only now did I realize that the entire palace was built with astral soul stones. And those pillars. Those pillars. Thinking of those pillars, Xiaoduo's heart was bleeding. Those were all treasures. I didn't touch them immediately because I was afraid that it would cause the palace to collapse. I even wanted to carry them all away. Now, I don't have the chance. Such a good opportunity, it won't come again, it won't come again. My heart hurts so much. Puff puff puff. The 5 of them were like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They fell from a height of thousands of meters and landed on the soft snow. At least they were still able to maintain their posture in midair. Although they fell, their feet still touched the ground first. With the soft snow cushioning them, although they inevitably sank into the snow, they didn't look as bad as before. But even so, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, they soon realized that they had regained their ability to move the moment they touched the ground. They immediately activated their martial arts and jumped out, laughing heartily. What a pity. There are still so many treasures. Xiaoduo's face was filled with indescribable heartache. When I told you to hurry up and grab the things, why didn't you respond? You're really too slow. Otherwise, we could have grabbed more things. It's not that I want to scold you, but you've already reacted. Why are you still so picky? How could you forget that your so-called knowledge, and experience are based on your current knowledge? Everything in the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion, more than 90% of them are high-end goods beyond our knowledge. Of course, you can take as much as you can. You're just looking for things you know, that's buying the casket and returning the pearls. It's like buying the casket and returning the pearls in the textbook. Unexpectedly, it's in front of me, Xiaoduo's team. You really make me sad. I'm so sad that I didn't have time to take out so many treasures. Gao Qiao's face was full of embarrassment. Of course, she was the first to react, and her actions were only slightly slower than Xiaoduo's. However, her efficiency, frequency, and quantity were all the lowest among the others. Firstly, the space ring on her hand had the smallest capacity. Secondly, she really did choose the things she knew, and the things she knew were of the highest value. The things in the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion were of such a high level that they were far beyond the scope of knowledge of Xiaoduo and the others. Take the simplest example, the Green Dragon Throne. If one hadn't seen the geocentric astral soul's jade, how could one know or imagine that someone would be so extravagant as to use a whole piece of geocentric astral soul's jade to carve a throne? But on a deeper level, whose throne was that? That was the throne of the Green Dragon Sage, who used a whole piece of geocentric astral soul's jade to carve the throne. Wasn't it reasonable and appropriate? Furthermore, the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion was the personal cave of the Green Dragon Sage, and the whole mansion was mainly made of the jade of astral souls. What else was there? It was still reasonable. Xiaoduo and the others didn't realize it until the end, but they didn't dare to think in that direction. Gao Qiao's method, under normal circumstances, couldn't be said to be wrong. However, in the Azure Dragon Senior Mansion, it was a big mistake. She would definitely miss out on many precious treasures. However, this was also a matter of fate. Xiaoduo knew what she was thinking when he saw her expression. He said, you're very smart, but you're still a little lacking. The seniors have already passed their inheritance to us. Naturally, they hope that we can become as strong as possible, as fast as possible. But how can we become strong without resources? All the resources in the main hall, the entire Green Dragon Supreme Mansion, and the Green Dragon Sage Hall are actually resources that the seniors left for us. Why should we be picky? Naturally, we have to collect as many resources as we can within a limited time. Why don't you think about it carefully? If the green dragon sage was the only one here, it would be right for us to bury him. But the moon sovereign is also here. The moon sovereign is so beautiful. How could they be at ease leaving her body behind? If someone blasphemed against her, even if they only had blasphemous thoughts, it would be a great insult. Wouldn't they die with everlasting regret? Therefore, they must have left behind a backup plan to completely erase their remains from this world. Their disappearance will inevitably lead to the disappearance of this region. Isn't this a logical and inevitable thing? Since that's the case, if we don't take as much as we can before they leave, are we going to fight for it in the future? And what we snatch might not even be comparable to what we have here today. There's something wrong with your brains. Swishaoduo's words were filled with anger and resentment that he failed to live up to expectations. Swishaonian waited for him to finish speaking before she said in a low voice, Xiaoduo, you have your reasons for saying this, but you're still biased. We've already gained a lot from this trip, but you're thinking twice. You want to take all the benefits. This is both right and wrong. Our reverence and respect for our seniors prevent us from doing such a thing. This is the most beautiful feeling in the world. It's also the most beautiful inheritance in the world. This respect is the true meaning of beauty. Even if we lose some benefits because of this, as long as we can pass down this respect, I feel that it's far more valuable than some cultivation resources. At least, it can make the world more beautiful and more humane. Swishaonian's words resonated with Gao Qiao, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu. They all nodded. Swishaoduo also pondered for a moment and said, Sister Nian, you're right. I'm too eager for quick success. Then he hurriedly said, but I snatch things mainly for your sake. I'm more afraid that the seniors' things will go to waste. That's not necessarily disrespectful to the seniors. Everyone burst into laughter. How could they not understand Swishaoduo's character? Although Swishaoduo behaved inappropriately most of the time, there was no one who could criticize him when it came to respecting his teacher. His respect sometimes flowed on the surface, but it was rare. Most of the time, he kept it in his heart. If anything happened to the teacher he liked, Swishaoduo would run faster than anyone else. Come. Let's find a place to share the loot. There's no need to share the loot. This time, everyone has their own gains. Although Zhua has more, in the end, most of the gains are still ours. Long Yuxing laughed. When we lack something, I'll write you an IOU. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Swishaoduo said angrily, but when can you pay off your debt? Long Yuxing and the other two laughed in unison. Boss, we'll remember your kindness. We'll never forget it. As for the IOU, we'll definitely pay it back in this life. Chapter 937. Swishaoduo's face darkened. Fuck, can you guys be any more insincere? Long Yuxing looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with fondness as he said, Zhua. I feel that with this sword, this trip is already worth it. Swishaoduo snorted and said, the most valuable things you obtain from this trip should be that jade pendant and that ring. This sword. To you, it's just a source of disaster. Remember to use your original sword when you fight your enemies. Don't use this sword unless it's necessary. This kind of peerless divine weapon will definitely bring about a great disaster. I understand that part. Long Yuxing nodded. We should still look at our gains and report to boss. Gao Qiao suggested. No need. Swishaoduo refused. Your gains are your fate. There's no need to tell me anymore. You should know what secrets and inheritances you obtained. In the future, if there's a need, you can take the initiative to help. There's no need to tell me your secrets. My brain is too small to hold so many of your secrets. Ha ha ha. The three laughed. This is not a safe place. You guys go first. Wait until you reach your respective safe zones, then we'll proceed. Swa Xiao Duo began to chase them away. Alright. There's nothing for you guys to do here. Hurry up and go. The three of you will go together. Long Yuxing, you two will be responsible for sending Gao Qiao, to the edge of Fenghai. Make sure she's safe before leaving. Okay. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio nodded. If there's anything on the way, discuss it with Gao Qiao, If there's a difference of opinion, listen to her. Swa Xiao Duo instructed. Understood. What about you? Wan Lixio asked. Your sister-in-law and I will be staying here for a few more days. Swa Xiao Duo sighed. Your sister-in-law and I are both very busy. We have too little time and are too busy. For the sake of the world and the safety of the continent, we are cautious and conscientious. We work so hard that we don't even have time to date. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, and Gao Qiao had disgusted expressions on their faces as they flew away at top speed. Swa Xiaonian was blushing as she pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing Swa Xiao Duo spouting nonsense, his heart was filled with joy. Those guys are finally gone, they're all gone. Swa Xiao Duo sighed. Each and every one of them is so annoying. They follow behind me like bugs. It's as if they'll never grow up. Swa Xiao Duo looked melancholy. Out of so many people, I'm the only one who's a little more mature. What should I do if I don't think for them? Swa Xiaonian nodded in agreement and said, I think so too. My puppy is the best. As soon as Swa Xiaonian said this, Swa Xiao Duo was a little at a loss because he really didn't expect Swa Xiaonian to agree. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, truth? Ah ha ha ha. Swa Xiaonian laughed. It turns out that you know you're bragging. At least you have a little self-awareness. Swa Xiaoduo's Bai's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Swa Xiaonian with grievance. Okay. My puppy is always the best. Swa Xiaonian comforted him softly. No. Swa Xiao Duo pouted. I want kisses, hugs, and raised high. I want to see Miss Cat take off her clothes. Damn it. I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue. At this moment, a few long howls suddenly rose to the sky. The four bodyguards directly flew up from the heavy snow not far away. They swayed freely in the air for a while, shaking off the snow and dust on their bodies. In another direction, about a dozen miles away, two figures also soared into the sky. As soon as these two people rushed up, they immediately fled in the opposite direction. On the other side, a tiger guard shouted loudly, Dao League. Stop. But the two people didn't have any intention of replying. Instead, they moved faster and disappeared in a flash. A bunch of bastards. The sword guard cursed angrily, this time, you'll suffer. There was no reply from the other side. The four people calmed down and looked at each other. They all saw the fear on each other's faces. Just now, when he was suddenly immobilized, he couldn't move a single part of his body. Even his little fingers and eyelids couldn't blink. He felt as if he was falling from the sky like a stiff rock. Then, they suffocated in the snow until they were half dead. If it were an ordinary person, they would have suffocated to death. But because their cultivation was high, when they suffocated, although they fainted, they didn't die immediately. Now, they finally got rid of that pressure. The four people only felt their hearts beating fast. This feeling. They had never felt it before. What was this feeling? How could there be such a scary person in this world? How could such a terrifying pressure be possible? One of them opened his mouth and tried to dig out. The three of them turned to look and felt a little strange. Why did you suddenly become so fat? This guard was obviously much more burly than usual. Steam was rising from the bodyguard's body. He said angrily, "I went in with my mouth open. All the way to the bottom. Fuck, I had a stomach full of snow. Now, my stomach is so cold. I'll circulate my martial arts to stimulate my digestion. Those that have already been digested can only pee in a while. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Where are those little guys? I could still feel Swishaudwa's aura just now. Where did he go? Don't let anything happen to him. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go and find him." Swishaoduo and Swishaonian made a prompt decision to hide their aura the moment those masters rushed out. Then, they walked under the snow for a while. Small people like them didn't dare to get involved in a fight between masters and immortals. It was more important to leave as soon as possible. Swishaoduo led the way while Xiaolong led the way. They didn't know how far they went. Finally, when they passed by a cliff again, the two of them went deeper into the snow. Then, they went all the way down to the end of the cliff. Using the method of digging, they dug a hole at the bottom and sneaked in silently. This was something they had no choice but to do. It was also the safest method they could use. It wasn't that Swishaoduo didn't want the four masters to follow him. In fact, if Swishaoduo had the final say, he really wanted the four masters to follow him for a long time. They could even follow him to the toilet. That was the safest way. And awe-inspiring. Very stylish. However, the problem they had to face now was that Swishaonian's Ice Soul adventure was different this time. The details couldn't be known to others. Even Long Yuxing and the others were chased away by Swishaoduo, let alone others. The Ice Soul fortuitous encounter would involve a lot of karma. For example, how did Swishaoduo find this treasure ground? Previously, when they were searching for the Green Dragon's sacred palace, they could say that everyone had a feeling. During that time, they searched the entire Whitehead Mountain for so long. But this time, he found it almost without any twists and turns, without any obstruction at all. How could this be explained? The second concern was that this area was close to the Whitehead Mountain. Strictly speaking, it was closer to the Dao League's mainland. It could even be said that it was the territory of the Dao League's mainland. If Swishaoduo directly said it or moved in this direction, he would definitely be stopped. Even if he had a good reason, they wouldn't let him pass. Thinking about it, once he touched the Dao League's territory and brought it out in the open, there would be many consequences. The first to bear the brunt of it would be the interests of the Feng and Yun clans' territories. With just the four of them, they might not have much confidence in protecting Swishaoduo and Swishaonian. The Feng and Yun clans were big clans that had been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knew how many super experts were hidden inside? This was something that no one dared to say. Even if Swishaoduo said that he was confident in his safety, they would never agree to it. Therefore, Swishaoduo could only do it secretly. There was really no other way. Sorry. Because of this, the four people in the air spent a lot of effort to search the Whitehead Mountain, but they still didn't find anything. After a long while, the four people couldn't help but look at each other with worried expressions. Still haven't found them. Could they have left? That can't be, right? Even if they really left, we should have found something. Anyway, there's no trace of them now. We can't even sense their presence. Cough, let's search again. We don't dare to go back like this. Even if we don't get scolded to death, we'll be beaten to death. The two tiger guards looked miserable. It can't be that serious, right? The sword guard was just carrying out his mission and didn't think too much. Ha! The tiger guard just laughed bitterly. Before we came, the king of Zwoloof said something. What did he say? The sword guard was very curious. If anything happens to these two, you can kill yourselves over there. Your sister-in-law and I will kill ourselves over here. The sword guard's face was full of shock. This is the first time the Heavenly King said something like this. We were so scared that we almost peed our pants. The pressure is huge. No, it's not just huge. The two sword guards were obviously shocked. It can't be, right? Can't be. Hee hee. The real exaggeration is yet to come. The sword guard was speechless. Do you think there's only the four of us here? I'm not afraid to tell you, brother. Once we start fighting, a huge group of people will immediately come out of the void. I don't know about other things, but there are still 4 clouds above us that haven't left yet. It's just that they're quite far away. One of the tiger guards lowered his head and quietly pointed up with his finger. The sword guard was stunned. He only felt that his mouth was dry. So, is it really so important? So, you dare to leave now? I don't dare anymore. Continue searching. He's really my little ancestor. Sigh. Why did he go missing for no reason? What's going on? If something happens to him, many people will die. Sigh. Have you reported it? We've already reported it on our side. We've also reported it. That's good. Just as Unichen said, it's not up to us to care about what happens in this matter. That's true. If the little ancestor comes out quickly, we can also retreat. It's really uncomfortable to be on tenterhooks like this. It's too uncomfortable. Isn't that so? Just as the sword guard and the tiger guard said, what happened at Mount Whitehead had already reached the ears of the higher-ups. However, how could this matter be hidden from the true higher-ups? The 7 swords of the Tao League already knew the whole story. They all came out of seclusion to discuss emergency countermeasures. All of them were frowning. Chapter 938. Last time, they had been blackmailed so much. This time, the situation was even more serious than last time, and the time was so close. They really didn't know what was going to happen. But it was definitely more serious than last time. Taoist Thunder was so angry that his face turned purple. What's going on? Are you rebelling? Taoist Thunder only felt powerless in his heart. You've already learned your lesson last time. Why are you doing this again this time? Can't you just stop for a while? This kind of master, this kind of future peak with unlimited potential, and he's in the alliance now. Even if you can't be friends, how valuable is a favor to him in the future? Do you really have to offend him? What kind of brains do your subordinates have? Taoist Thunder angrily scolded. He was really speechless now. Taoist Thunder's thinking was similar to the Flood Witches. He valued a person's future potential, and he valued the future, not the present. Although it wasn't as far-sighted as the Flood Witch thought, Taoist Thunder had his own way of thinking and cherished talents. He could also see Swishaodwa's potential. He could also see the danger in the future. Therefore, Taoist Thunder could not understand his brothers. Did they really have to offend such a person? Even during the Great Magi Demon War or the Great War of the 9 Clans, some of the other parties' higher-ups often cherished talents. Or, sometimes, some good karma could be formed. Don't underestimate this little bit of good karma. With the accumulation of karma, it could become a life-saving straw in the future. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Most of the so-called karma came from this. If it was between brothers and friends, you saved my life, and I saved yours. This couldn't even be considered karma. Only between strangers or enemies, karma would be extremely strong. Karma, Fengyun. The two of you have the most karma, but how many good karma and good karma are there? The calamity is coming. Don't you think about karma? Taoist Thunder said angrily, you even let your family get involved. What are you two thinking? Feng and Yun both lowered their heads. Now, they really didn't have the mood to say anything. He could only feel the dejection in his heart coming in waves. Those four little bastards had concealed this matter too well. If he had spoken to his family earlier, he would have either given up on the operation and done the other party a favor. Otherwise, he would have mobilized the peak experts to solve the problem once and for all. The evil consequence of extinction. No matter which path he chose, it was the best choice. This opportunity could even be said to be the biggest opportunity to kill both Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. As long as the situation was set in stone, the so-called future troubles would be easy to deal with. So what if it was the heaven-inspecting throne? Could it be that when the Demon Alliance was about to return and the Umno Alliance's army was pressing on the border, they would directly engage in a life-and-death battle with their allies? These were all things that could be predicted. But now, the situation was difficult to resolve. No matter how he dealt with it, it would be wrong and he would be implicated. You guys should be prepared to hand over the people who did it. I don't think these people can be saved. Daoist Thunder sighed and said, also, try your best to prepare a sincere apology. Minimizing the animosity between them to the minimum. Brothers, now is really not the time for internal strife. The Umno Alliance is about to cooperate sincerely, and we're still having internal strife. That's ridiculous. Daoist Feng and Daoist Yun heard this and felt that Daoist Thunder's words made sense. They also felt a little regretful about this matter. But speaking of compensation, they were instantly unhappy. They had already compensated the last time, and now they had to compensate again. When did the Dao League become so weak? But they didn't say anything even though they felt indignant. After all, the people listed on the favor writ were approved by them and had their signatures. They couldn't deny it. Now, they could only wait and see how far the astral souls would open their mouths this time. They'd better not go overboard. To the Dao League's surprise, not only did the astral souls not open their mouths, they didn't even ask for anything. Or rather, there was no movement at all. The Tiger Guard reported the situation to the King of Zhuolu, and the King of Zhuolu informed the Heavenly King of the Right. The Heavenly King of the Right had no choice but to find his father and report the whole story. After hearing all this, the star-plucking emperor felt his head swell. Why was this little bastard being targeted again? The Dao League was courting death. The aftermath of the previous incident had yet to subside. He had no choice but to use a special communication method to send a message to the heaven-inspecting minister couple who were still in seclusion. The couple was recuperating in seclusion. Of course, he didn't want to disturb them if possible. But he had to inform them about this matter. He had nothing to say if he disturbed their seclusion. If he didn't inform them, the star-plucking emperor felt that his fate would be worse than the Dao League's when they came out of seclusion. That it was very unfortunate. When the message was sent, Zhuo Chonglu was in a critical moment. He forgot about everything and didn't see it. The person who saw the message was Zhuo Xiaoduo's mother. One of them had to be awake while the other was in seclusion. They couldn't forget everything. Of course, they had to be vigilant at the very least. Wu Yuding exploded on the spot when she received the message. You're courting death. The star-plucking emperor became more and more nervous when he found out that the person on the other end of the line was Wu Yuding. Sister-in-law, what do you think we should ask the Tao League for? Cough, cough. Price? What do you want? I don't want anything this time. Wu Yuding said murderously, don't worry about this. Then what do you plan to do? The star-plucking emperor had an ominous feeling. We can't get out, but there are still arbitrators, right? The Flood Witch is the one who made the human favor order and the arbitrator. She can't possibly eat shit every day, right? Wu Yuding cut off the call without hesitation. The star-plucking emperor didn't feel at ease after cutting off the call. Instead, he was alarmed. This crazy woman. What was she trying to do? Yes, the Flood Witch was the one who made the human favor order and was also the arbitrator. She was also the most impartial person. However, this was an internal matter of the astral souls. Would she interfere? Besides, would the Flood Witch ignore him if he asked her to deal with it? Would she pretend not to know anything and just watch the show? After all, the astral souls and the Tao League were having an internal conflict. The Flood should be happy to see this, right? On the other side, Wu Yuding grabbed Zhuo Changlu's phone and plugged it in. Then, she waved it in front of Zhuo Changlu's face and unlocked it. Then, she searched for a while. She found the name, De Hong, in the contact list and dialed it. However, no one picked up after waiting for a long time. Wu Yuding was quick-witted and realized that De Hong was most likely in seclusion. Wu Yuding flew into a rage. Why was he still in seclusion at a time like this? She directly used her natal divine soul and activated the soul-shaking technique according to the guidance of her divine soul. With a soft puff, her divine soul suddenly shook. A trace of blood flowed out of Wu Yuding's nose. Come out and do your work. Did I wear morning clothes for you for nothing? In the distant Umno Alliance's main hall, Flood Palace. The Flood Witch was cultivating with her eyes closed. He had already figured out the new cultivation path of soul splitting and body severing. At this moment, he already felt that he was on a wide, boundless, and unprecedentedly correct path that he had never dreamed of before. Therefore, he was in an exceptionally good mood. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have embarked on the orthodox path of cultivation, the severing three corpses. This was a path that even the ancestral sorcerers had never taken before. This was because the divine soul and body of the Umno Alliance members were not suitable for this path. This was also the reason why the Umno Alliance suffered heavy casualties during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. Because the other party definitely had a severing self somewhere else, they might not necessarily die. However, Zhu Wu of the Umno Alliance only had one life. This was too disadvantageous. No matter how strong one's combat power was, death was death. However, the other party could use severing corpses to resurrect and recover. This was the most unreasonable thing that the Umno Alliance felt during the Great War of the Nine Clans. However, there was no other way. Being unable to cultivate was the most helpless thing. Now, the Flood Witch had actually figured it out himself. He couldn't help but feel grateful that his godsons and goddaughters had taken one to make up for it. This was luck. This was what it meant to be lucky. However, there were also some things that were not satisfactory. The sea of fate that was severed was not normal, not constant, and not very honest. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the sea of fate would be drawn out, and suddenly, it would be poured in. This made the Flood Witch a little irritated. Sometimes, the sea of fate would be drawn out directly, and sometimes, it would be filled to the brim. However, between the drawing and pouring of the sea of fate, the Flood Witch was caught off guard at the beginning, and slowly groped for a strange feeling. That was, fate could be played like this. Then, what was the basis of this operation? The Flood Witch became more and more diligent in his research. He was a focused person. Once he was interested in something, he would begin to devote himself wholeheartedly. First, he would keep increasing the volume. And then look at the pattern. As long as I am infinitely big, you will not be able to draw out the sea of fate, and you will not be able to fill it up. And the spiritual space of the sea of fate that I sever will keep increasing. Damn, isn't this constantly cultivating severing corpses? There is heavenly fate, and my own divine soul unconsciousness. When it grows to a certain extent, it will produce a real divine soul unconsciousness. Then, I can immediately sever it out. This was simply a genius idea. The Flood Witch felt that he had found a way to grow stronger again, and couldn't help but feel more delighted. On this day, he was still concentrating on his research. Suddenly, he felt his head explode, and his messy hair suddenly floated up. With a bang, he stood up from his meditation. It was as if someone had poured ice water on him while he was sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but be surprised and angry. Soul-shaking technique. Who is this? It was simply a bastard. The Flood Witch was almost mad with anger. This was the easiest way to go crazy. Who was this lunatic? Risking his own risk of going crazy, he used the soul-shaking technique on me. Who? Chapter 939. Then the great Flood Witch felt that he had received a message in his soul. Flood, the rules you set are like farts. Your godson and godson are being hunted down by the Tao League. 5 Skysoar realm experts were dispatched the first time, and 10 the second time. Aren't you the one who upholds justice? Where is the justice you uphold? Could it be that the Flood Witch's so-called upholding justice is just like farts? Back then in Phoenix City, you were an old bachelor who had no one to bury you after you died. My Xiao Duo wore mourning clothes for you and sent you off when you were old, so that you could live a complete life. You just watch as my son is bullied. You ungrateful thing. If I acknowledge you as my godfather, I will be bullied and assassinated every day. What's the use? I might as well acknowledge a dog as my godfather. Anyway, I can't get out. That's still your godson, and someone has violated the rules you set. You're still the arbiter, so I want to see how you're going to arbiter. Flood, you still have some use as a godfather. If you really can't do it, and the token of favor is useless, you might as well kill everyone up there except for my son and daughter. You're still the world's #1 expert after being slapped in the face. What the hell? Don't call yourself Flood, call yourself Coward Hong. Wu Yuding threw a tantrum, but before the Flood Witch could reply, she said, "Humph." Then, there was no sound at all. The Flood Witch's scalp was numb from the scolding, and her eyelids kept twitching. It took her a long time to recover. This is the first time in my life that I've been scolded like this. I haven't even vented my anger yet, but I've already been scolded to my face. What the hell is this? Furthermore, I really can't vent my anger, so I have to hold it back. Although I can't tell if it's a man or a woman from the message, from the tone, it's obvious that it's impossible for anyone else to be it apart from Zhu's wife. Firstly, they don't have the ability, and secondly, they don't have the guts. The Flood Witch's face instantly darkened. He didn't need to look at anything else, or even ask, to know that this was absolutely true. Since the Zhuo couple couldn't do anything now, it was obvious that they had to settle this matter themselves. And it had to be a solution that satisfied the Zhuo couple. The Flood Witch couldn't help but feel depressed. What was depressing wasn't the fact that he had to do it himself, but that's what didn't want to do it himself. Instead, he asked his wife to arrange it for him. Surnamed Zhuo, you can still be a little promising. If Swa came looking for him. The flood witch smiled bitterly. That Swa guy would never come to her. That guy was actually very arrogant. But now that his wife was looking for him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Can't we talk nicely? Do you have to scold me? What did he mean by it was better to recognize a dog than to recognize me as a godfather? Do you know how to speak? How should I put it? If this had happened to any of the geniuses on the token of favor, the flood witch would have immediately held them accountable and severely punished them. Because the token of favor was indeed brought up by the flood witch from the beginning, and the flood witch had always been in charge of it. She used her invincible prestige and strength to preside over the fairness of the token of favor. Since the return of the No Alliance, the flood witch had already realized that the combined strength of the 3 continents was more than 1 level weaker than during the 100 Races struggle. Their combat strength was far from reaching the top level. Back then, Dong Huang, Demon Emperor, 12 Zhu Wu, 3 Pure Ones, 4 Paths, and Almighty Beings. What a golden age. The current strength, compared to the past, could only be described with one word: Tha. The flood witch was the person at the peak of her goal. How could she not be anxious? Of course, she had to think of a way. And this token of favor was the means by which the flood witch worked hard to construct the pinnacle of the continent's martial strength to advance further. There had to be a large number of talented pinnacle experts emerging, and after experiencing fierce battles, they had to stand out and soar to the 9 heavens. Only through countless life and death battles of equal strength could an expert comprehend a higher level of cultivation in the shortest amount of time. The art of raising goo was imperative. It was also the easiest way for experts to stand out. Since the appearance of the token of favor, of course, there had been cases where the No Alliance tried to assassinate the geniuses of the Astral Souls continent. When the flood witch found out, she personally rushed over and stopped it. She even gave a large sum of compensation and severely punished the person involved. The Astral Souls continent had also sent out fairies to assassinate the geniuses of the No Alliance. However, when the flood witch found out, she personally took action and killed the fairies. She even attacked the Devil Dao Patriarch, Lei Changtian, who was in charge of this matter, causing Lei Changtian to be seriously injured. Until now, he had not appeared. In fact, the source of the Sky Patrol Minister couple's hatred towards the flood witch originated from this. Because Wu Yuding's other identity was the only daughter of the Devil Dao Patriarch, Lei Changtian. The flood witch had beaten her father to the point where he had not shown his face for thousands of years. It would be strange if the daughter had any face for you. If not for her confidence in her father, knowing that the old man would never die, and that they could still contact each other, Wu Yuding would have already fought the flood witch to the death. Now, Wu Yuding's intention was very obvious. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you awesome? Aren't you known for upholding justice? Aren't you the person in charge of the token of favor? Aren't you ruthless towards my father because of this? Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Now, there's a chance to destroy it. Moreover, it's twice in a short period of time. Moreover, the assassination target is your godson and godson. This old lady wants to see how you deal with it. Let's wait and see. This time, if you don't handle it well, this old lady will start to settle the score. I don't care what token of favor or goo raising, I will directly kill all the people on the token of favor. Who asked you to raise birds? Needless to say, the great witch of the flood could feel the threat. The flood witch's face darkened as she walked out with mountainous steps. Her face was full of anger. Fuck. This old lady has been threatened. This old lady has been slapped in the face. This old lady has been scolded. The Dao League really deserves to die. Seeing the flood witch walk out with a gloomy expression, as if before a storm, the people from Flood Palace were so scared that they almost couldn't walk. What was going on? Her aura was too scary. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed her anger. Then, she ordered, "The Tao League has tried to assassinate the people on the token of favor twice. Investigate it thoroughly." There was no need to investigate this matter at all. There was already detailed evidence. In less than 2 minutes, the information of the person who made the move, the video of the attack, and even the most recent video were all sent over. The Flood Witch held the phone with her big hand. Her carrot-like fingers flicked here and there. The more she saw, the angrier she became. The first time was obviously ordered by Seven Swords. They actually started planning after Crown Prince's Academy. This is clearly looking down on me. When Zwo proposed to join the token of favor at Crown Prince's Academy, I was there. The people from the Tao League were also there. They actually made a move immediately. What a bastard. For such a big matter, they only asked for 100 drops of 9 Heavens Spirit Spring water. That Zwo guy is such a coward. He's always so overcautious. If he doesn't target your descendants, who else can he target? Your wife has the nerve to call me a coward. Why didn't she say anything when you're such a coward? The second matter was done by the juniors of the Tao League. It was a change of fate. However, if the Tao League hadn't been instilling such thoughts in the Tao League, why would the juniors of the Tao League do it? How dare they do it? At the end of the day, it's still the higher-ups of the Tao League who broke the token of favor. If they don't punish them, is there still a need for the token of favor to exist in the future? The Flood Witch quickly found a reason to attack the higher-ups of the Tao League. They broke the rules twice in such a short period of time. Damn it! They're looking down on me. The Flood Witch was seething with anger. The Flood Witch wouldn't be so angry if it was someone else. However, it was Zwo Xiaoduo and Zwo Xiaonian. This was even more unbearable. The Flood Witch asked herself honestly. This had nothing to do with her godsons or goddaughters. The Flood Witch felt that she didn't have any godfather or godson feelings towards Zwo Xiaoduo and Zwo Xiaonian. At most, she had a little friendship with Zwo Xiaoduo. It wasn't a very strong kind. It was far from the point where she would treat him as a precious treasure. How could she treat Zwo's son as a precious treasure? This was absolutely impossible. It was impossible even if she was crazy. However, the current situation was that Zwo Xiaoduo and Zwo Xiaonian were indeed the Flood Witch's precious treasures. However, this was another reason. It had to do with cultivation. These two guys might not know it yet, but one of them slapped her and the other forced her to drink. Both of them were related to her. She couldn't do without either one of them. Right now, they were the key to the future of the Tao that she had studied. The actions of those bastards in the Tao League could be said to be cutting off her path forward. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The Flood Witch was even more certain about one thing. Since the last time they met, he had suppressed his cultivation base to fight with Zwo Xiaoduo. The Great Flood Shaman clearly understood that with Zwo Xiaoduo's talent and combat strength, as long as Zwo Xiaoduo grew up, Zwo Xiaoduo's achievements would be above him. When that time came, she would be suppressed by Zwo Xiaoduo and would not be able to defeat him. There was even a considerable possibility that she would die in the hands of Zwo Xiaoduo. For others, this was a hidden danger, a threat. The correct operation would eliminate the hidden danger at the budding stage. However, for the Flood Witch, such an opponent who could make her feel death at any time was something she had been looking forward to for countless years. This was the Flood Witch's true hope. All of her future, all of her hopes of becoming as strong as Zhu Wu, and her lifelong wish of becoming a strong person in the starry sky, were all on this. There was no one in the 3 continents who could give her this kind of pressure. Therefore, at the Flood Witch's place, it would be fine even if everyone in the world died. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not die. If Zhuo Xiaoduo could not die, then Zhuo Xiaonian could not die either. It was that simple. It had absolutely nothing to do with feelings. The Flood Witch was still very confident about this. What feelings could I have for this little bastard? It did not exist. Chapter 940. Including the Sky Surveyor throne, who was destined to advance by leaps and bounds. The Flood Witch was sure that after this guy broke through, he would be on par with her. At most. Fighting for a few days and nights without a clear winner. It was impossible for him to give her more pressure. What pressure can that Zhuo guy give me? If it wasn't for my good luck and having a good son. That son is still half mine. What's there to be proud of? The Flood Witch knew in her heart that without greater pressure, her progress would be very, very slow. It would even be impossible for her to make much progress. Therefore, the Flood Witch was now hoping that the people of the Demon Alliance would return quickly. On the other hand, she hoped that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian would grow as soon as possible and be able to pose a threat to her. The greater the threat, the better. It would be even better if they could threaten her life. The Flood Witch was very clear about the combat strength of the demon clan. With her current cultivation, it would be a big joke to say that she was the best in the world. Among the demon clan, those who were stronger than her could not even be counted with 2 hands. As for the stronger demon emperor Donghuang, the demon master, the demon commander, and the 4 divine beasts. None of them were comparable to her. Once the Demon Alliance returned, there would be no more great Tao comprehension. With the current strength of the Astral Souls, the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, and the strength of the 3 continents, if they really faced the Demon Alliance, the result could only be described with 4 words: crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was the Demon Alliance that was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As for himself, there was a 100% chance that he would fall in that battle. There was no doubt about that. The Flood Witch wanted the Great Tao, not to fall. That was a difference in essence. Once Zhuo Xiaoduo grew, there would be a considerable chance that she would reach the level of Zhu Wu. If she could reach the level of Zhu Wu, she would have the power to fight. But before reaching such a level, if she encountered the higher-ups of the Demon Alliance, she would only die. There was no luck. Because she could not escape. His speed was definitely not as fast as those from the Demon Alliance who could fly at birth. Therefore, no matter what, everyone in the continent could die except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was the Flood Witch's bottom line. However, the Tao League had violated this bottom line twice in a short period of time. Twice. After the first warning, there was a second one. If I don't make a move, are you going to do it a third time? Until he kills Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. It was simply unbearable. The Flood Witch stood up and said angrily, "Bastard." The wrath of a great shaman was earth-shattering. But what made the Flood Witch even angrier was that Wu Yuding was clearly using her as a tool, and she had no choice but to go. This was what pissed him off the most. Moreover, the other side was scolding him as if he was scolding his subordinates. This made him even more displeased. Am I someone you can order around? Even if the 2 of you work together, you can't command me. You're not qualified. But now, regardless of whether you're qualified or not, you have to take care of this matter. You have to take care of it to the end. Naturally, your anger turned into frustration. Do I have to go just because you say so? Ah. Damn, I really have to go. This is so fucking bad. In the end, all these accumulated negative emotions landed on the Tao League. It's these bastards who brought me such trouble. Can't they just abide by the rules? If they don't abide by the rules, what's the use of the rules? I set the rules, I proposed the token of gratitude, I was monitoring, I was in charge, I was in charge. In the end, you slapped me in the face. You broke the rules. That's why that woman scolded me in my face. I still have to work for her. I still have to clean up the mess for you guys who break the rules. Do you think I, the Great Flood Witch, have no sense of shame? I'm so angry. Holding the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, Great Flood Witch leaped forward and floated out. If she didn't use this matter to teach those people in the Tao League a lesson, there would be no need for the token of gratitude to exist in the future. The wind and clouds rose. The Flood Witch soared into the sky. Her target was the Tao League headquarters. The more she went, the angrier she became. It's so fucking far. Don't you know that I'm still in seclusion? Tao League mainland. Yun Shangsong led a few of his guards and headed towards the Sanqing Holy Mountain. With the cultivation level of him and his guards, they could fly in the air long ago. They could reach their destination in the blink of an eye. But Yun Shangsong had a special liking for riding horses since he was young. He knew that it was far away, but he still enjoyed it. This also created a unique scene in the Tao League. When everyone was driving high-end cars or flying in the sky, a team of 9 people would often appear, galloping and speeding. And these 9 people could only be Yun Shangsong and his 8 great guards. In the beginning, there were people who pointed and said, "Look at these 9 idiots." But later, no one dared to say that. Why? Because Yun Shangsong was one of the 10 heavenly kings under the Tao League's 7 swords. Even in the 3 continents, he was one of the top powerhouses. Yun Shangsong was a great cultivator from the same generation as the Sky Patrol Minister. He was the number 1 genius in the Tao League back then. He was also the number 1 person in the Tao League who was on the human token for the first time. This person grew rapidly, and his cultivation level soared. Today, he had already become one of the 10 heavenly kings under the Tao League's 7 swords, the Blood Sword Heavenly King. The only thing that made the Tao League's 7 swords regretful was that Yun Shangsong was still unable to reach the level of the Sky Patrol Minister and the Imperial Lord Jai Xing. It was a little imperfect. However, this did not affect Yun Shangsong's almost supreme status in the Tao League. Yun Shangsong's expression was even more melancholic as he rode the precious horse that had become a legend during the dynasty's struggle for hegemony. This horse had been ridden by him for generations. He had ridden it for many generations. As for the 8 guards behind him, each of them had a horse, and were galloping at full speed. Not everyone liked to ride a horse. Riding a horse was not something that was high and mighty. Moreover, riding a horse through a busy city in modern society made people feel that it was quite stupid. To be honest, none of Yun Shangsong's subordinates really liked riding a horse. However, what could they do? No matter how much they disliked or were unwilling to ride a horse, they had to ride a horse. They couldn't possibly let their boss ride a horse below while the 8 of them flew in the sky, right? Many times, they even had to pretend that they liked and were happy to ride a horse as a means of transportation. After all, being able to follow Yun Shangsong and become his guard was already an achievement in itself. It was a kind of glory. If one was unwilling or disliked it, there would naturally be a lot of latecomers who were willing to take their place. Compared to becoming Yun Shangsong's guard, sacrificing a bit of personal hobbies and cultivating a relatively different personal hobbies was really nothing. Everyone knew how to choose. It's said that during the era of the dynasty, those legendary great generals galloped on their horses like this. They trampled over the rivers and mountains, bathed in blood, and finally achieved immortal achievements. Yun Shangsong was a little emotional. He waved his whip and pointed forward. However, since the return of the Tao League, that scene of thousands of horses galloping on their horses has become a legend. What a pity. Boss, did you return to the Sanqing Holy Mountain this time for something important? One of the guards behind him asked. I don't know. Yun Shangsong's eyes were full of fatigue. However, the Dao League's army has been assembled. They need someone to lead them to the Sun-Moon Pass to lead the army into battle, or to guard the Sun-Moon Pass. That should be one of the reasons. Then, could there be another reason? It said that the younger generation activated the flying heavens and assassinated the esteemed master of the human favor token. Yun Shangsong's face revealed a hint of mockery. At this moment, there's a huge uproar in the 3 continents. This should be one of the reasons. Behind him, the 8 guards were speechless. Killing the master of the token of gratitude. What's the big deal? The corners of Yun Shangsong's mouth curled up tiredly and mockingly. Back then, the Flood Witch had nothing to do, so she created this token of gratitude. This time, I'm very interested to see how the Flood Witch will deal with it. If I can see the so-called invincible person come out to smooth things over, it'll be a good viewing pleasure. Even if they're trying to smooth things over, our Dao League will probably bleed a little this time. One of the guards said. Bleeding is certain, but it shouldn't be to the extent of hurting the bones and tendons. Yun Shangsong said indifferently, the Demon League is about to return en masse. This is something that the 3 continents have confirmed. In other words, the 3 continents are in a critical period of life and death. I believe that even the Flood Witch will not rashly cause too much trouble at this time. That's why I said that this will be a rare gift to smooth things over. Peerless experts have now transformed into treasures that the 3 continents can't afford to lose. Yun Shangsong laughed mockingly. Compensating some wealth and treasures. That's all. At this moment, a faint voice said, the 3 continents can't afford to lose peerless experts? Who said that? An earth-shattering aura suddenly rushed towards them. In an instant, the 9 horses whined in unison and all fell to the ground. Yun Shangsong looked over and saw a figure standing at the entrance of the 3 pure divine mountain path in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back. That person was tall and sturdy, wearing a green robe. His messy hair fluttered in the wind. The wind blew, and his clothes fluttered. He just stood there, at the foot of the mountain, giving Yun Shangsong and the others the feeling that he was taller and more majestic than the 3 pure divine mountain. He was just standing there, stepping on flat ground, but he gave people the feeling that he was stepping on the starry sky, ascending to the 9 heavens, overbearing and domineering. Everything in the world, including the mountains and rivers, or the endless peaks, could only be overlooked by him. Yun Shangsong took a deep breath, and his expression changed. He straightened his body and bowed. So it's Senior Flood who has come. The Dao League has not welcomed you. But I wonder what Senior Flood has come to the 3 pure divine mountain for. When the 8 guards behind Yun Shangsong heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Their eyes were filled with panic. The Flood Witch had come in person. They were just talking and laughing, and now they saw her. For a moment, everyone had a bad feeling. Chapter 941. The person at the foot of the Sanqing sacred mountain was, of course, the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch stood there. Her expression didn't change, but she was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. Especially when she heard Yun Shangsong say that the Demon League was about to return en masse. This was already confirmed by the 3 continents. In other words, the 3 continents were in a critical period of life and death. Even the Flood Witch wouldn't dare to rashly stir up too much trouble at this time. The peerless experts had now transformed into treasures that the 3 continents couldn't afford to lose. The Flood Witch felt that she suddenly seemed to understand why the people of the Tao League dared to be so brazen and do such things that trampled on the rules one after another. What the hell, you guys are actually thinking. Just as Yun Shangsong said, this was a sensitive period. This sentence was absolutely correct. The Demon League was about to return. Because of its overall strength, the higher-ups of the 3 continents were under unprecedented pressure. This was also the truth. Now, even if the peerless experts of the 3 continents didn't lose a single one, they might not be able to survive against the Demon League. Killing the peerless experts at this time was no different from seeking their own deaths and destroying their own city walls. Therefore, no matter how the Tao League trampled on the rules and broke the agreement, as long as you still had the heart to consider the big picture, you couldn't go too far. They were sure that even if she came out as an arbitrator, she wouldn't go too far. Just as Yun Shangsong said, compensate with some heavenly treasures, that's all. If that was all, the Flood Witch might suppress her anger and ask 7 Swords what to do about this matter. First be polite, then use force. But Yun Shangsong said, if I could see the so-called invincible person come out to smooth things over, it would be a good visual and audio enjoyment. This sentence caused the great Magus of the Flood to explode in anger. Fuck your ancestors. I actually became an actor and became your visual and audio enjoyment. Then I'll let you enjoy it. The Flood Witch had rushed all the way here with the intention of going straight to the 3 pure temples. However, she accidentally bumped into Yun Shangsong and the others. Furthermore, when she heard this sentence, how could she endure it any longer? With a whoosh, she descended. What the Flood Witch really cares about is that Yun Shangsong is the only one who has this idea. Or did the higher-ups of the Tao League have similar thoughts? If it was the latter, then the matter would be extremely serious. The Flood Witch stood with her hands behind her back and looked at the 9 people in front of her. Her eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning as they shone on Yun Shangsong's face. She said lightly, you just said that the Demon League is about to return. It's fine to break some rules at such a sensitive time. Am I right? Am I right? Yun Shangsong was suddenly in a difficult position. He felt that his face was hurting from the Flood Witch's stare, as if it was burning. This sentence was indeed said by him. There was no way to refute it. If it was someone else here, even if it was the left and right Heavenly King, Emperor Zhaixing, or the other great wizards of the Umno Alliance, Yun Shangsong would have his own countermeasures. He could deal with it either by coercion or by persuasion. However, it was unusual for the Flood Witch to ask this question herself. How should he answer this question? Even an idiot could see and hear that the Flood Witch was angry at this moment. She was very, very angry. Yun Shangsong took a deep breath and said softly, Senior Flood, you're right. I said this sentence. Now that the general situation is declining, the Demon League is about to return. It's really the autumn of life and death for the 3 continents. Senior Flood, we should put the overall situation first. I don't think there's anything wrong with this sentence. Even if you ask me face to face, I still think so, and I still have to say so. He suddenly raised his head. His face was full of passion. He said in a deep voice, even if the Tao League is going to suffer some losses now, we will still put the overall situation first. Now that the Demon League is about to return, everyone in the 3 continents is in danger. For the 3 continents, for the people in the world, it's only right for one person to suffer a little grievance. What's there to not bear? The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Well said. Every word is reasonable. So, the Tao League has chosen to let me suffer this grievance. Yun Shangsong suddenly choked. Then, he was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Why did this sentence suddenly come to this place? That's not what I meant. What I meant was... In the face of righteousness, it's okay for the astral souls to suffer a little grievance. Why did it become the flood witch to suffer this grievance? What's the meaning of this? And how should he answer this sentence? Yun Shangsong thought about it carefully. This unforeseen event not only involved the people of Xinghun, but also broke the rules of the token of personal favor set by the great witch Hong Shui twice. If it was said that the great witch Hong Shui was wronged, it seemed that it really made sense. At this moment, Yun Shangsong couldn't help but shout in his heart. He instantly knew where the problem was. At this moment, his greatest wish was to swallow all the words he had said before back into his stomach without missing a single word. Those words, every sentence, every word, were like slaps to the flood witch's face. Moreover, he was occupying the height of morality and using the people in the world as the foundation to suppress the flood witch in the name of the highest authority. The flood witch put her hands behind her back and said faintly, "You're wrong. You're all wrong. The people in the world have never been in my consideration. I, the flood witch, have never considered the life and death of the 3 continents. Didn't I say that the world belongs to the people in the world? What does it have to do with me?" The flood witch showed a faint smile on her face. "What I need to consider is how to not break the rules I set. If they're broken, how can I investigate? As the maker of the debt of gratitude and the arbiter, I must be fair. At the same time, I need this authority, an authority that can't be challenged by anyone or any force. This is what I need to consider. Other things, such as the people in the world, the rise and fall of the continent. Compared to the rules I set, in my opinion, my rules are more important. For the people in the world, you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't break my rules. But if you break my rules, no matter what your motive is, you can't do it, even if it's for the people in the world. Your great principles won't work on me." The flood witch paced with her hands behind her back, her expression getting colder and colder. "Your Tao League thinks that it's okay to offend me at such a delicate time when the Demon League is about to return. I have to make concessions for the big picture. Is that what you mean? Ha ha ha. What a scheme, what a scheme." The flood witch laughed loudly, and her body suddenly soared into the air. Her messy hair also danced with unprecedented intensity. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be suddenly compressed and concentrated under the flood witch. She looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. Today, I'll tell you. Even if it's for the people in the world, for the safety of the continent, the rules I set are still not a reason for you to break and trample on at will." With a long howl, the wind and clouds in the sky moved together. The world in all directions suddenly squeezed toward the center. A pair of sledgehammers appeared in the flood witch's hands. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. A peerless weapon that suppressed the 3 continents. Everyone will kill geniuses. The flood witch laughed loudly. "Today, watch me kill one too." She suddenly disappeared from the sky and then appeared in front of Yun Shangsong. This hammer, mixed with the mighty power of heaven and earth, wrapped in the clouds in all directions, as well as the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, brazenly fell. The shrill sound of tearing space didn't sound until the moment the hammer's momentum passed. In midair, a hole in the gates of hell suddenly appeared. Countless ghosts and ghosts rushed out screaming and rushed into the flood witch's sledgehammers. This was the peak Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer that hadn't been presented to the human world for a long time. It carried the power of heaven and earth, the power of mountains and rivers, the power of the sun, moon, and stars, the power of wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, frost, rain, and snow, and the power of the 3 realms. It fell with a bang. "Senior, you misunderstand." Yun Shangsong's sword was released, and endless clouds and mist surged to meet it. He was still anxiously explaining on the side. At this moment, he clearly felt the aura of death assaulting him, and he clearly understood that his feet had already stepped into the gates of hell. Who was Yun Shangsong? He was a top expert who had already reached the peak of this world. He was a top expert in the Tao League, second only to the 7 swords of the Tao League. He had the right to be arrogant, and he had the right to speak nonsense. But the premise was that he wasn't facing the Flood Witch. Facing a furious and murderous the Flood Witch, no matter how conceited Yun Shangsong was, he knew that not only was he not a match for her, he didn't even have the possibility of escaping alive. Facing a top expert like the Flood Witch, if he wanted to escape, he would only be inviting his own defeat, walking on the path of death, and accelerating his own death. Yun Shangsong made the wisest choice. As he explained, he tried his best to parry, and at the same time, he retreated. There was a loud bang, and Yun Shangsong screamed in pain. His long sword shattered inch by inch, and he coughed up blood that filled the sky. His body swayed as he was sent flying into the distance. At the same time, he shouted with all his might, "Help! Ah! Puff!" But he spat out another mouthful of blood. The Heavenly King of the Tao League was hit by the Flood Witch's hammer with only one hammer. In fact, he was already seriously injured in less than one strike. However, this also proved another thing. Yun Shangsong really lived up to his reputation as a peerless genius in the Tao League. He was really able to survive under the Flood Witch's powerful attack. This strength was really amazing. When his 8 guards saw this scene, they all turned pale with fright. One after another, they opened their mouths and let out long cries to warn him. Then, they rushed forward to stop him without any regard for their lives. The Great Flood Witch laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he used his hammers to casually collide with the attack. "If I want to kill you, can you still run?" Chapter 942. The Flood Witch casually slammed into them. Yes, she didn't even use her hammer. She just slammed into them, and the 8 guards were sent flying in 8 different directions with their bones broken. With a flash, the Flood Witch appeared in front of Yun Shangsong and slammed her hammer on his head again. Ghost howls sounded in the sky. Countless ferocious ghosts appeared in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared crazily. In the sky, the clouds gathered and scattered, and the sun and moon dimmed. "Senior, please spare my life." Yun Shangsong yelled with extreme horror and despair in his eyes. However, he also used all his strength to counterattack with all his might. Unfortunately, his counterattack was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He couldn't resist at all, and the Flood Witch's hammer smashed on his head. With a crisp thud, Yun Shangsong, the Heavenly King of Bloody Sword from the Tao League, disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye that his entire physical body collapsed instantly and didn't exist anymore. In the next moment, Yun Shangsong's primordial spirit was pulled out of his physical body. Then, millions of ferocious ghosts that appeared because of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer swarmed toward him and tried to devour him. "Stop!" An exasperated yell came from the sky. It was Daoist Yun's voice. The wind and clouds in the sky turned upside down with this yell. The Flood Witch sneered. Without turning her head, she slammed her hammer down casually. With a whimper, it sounded like thousands of ghosts were crying. "Who are you calling to stop?" Then, his majestic body turned around, and his messy hair fluttered backward. With a buzz, the sky and earth shook again, and another hammer smashed down. "Who are you ordering to stop?" Another hammer. "Are you talking to me?" Another hammer. "Do you think that I don't dare to do it?" Boom. Another hammer. "Who thinks that I can't kill?" Boom. "Do I give you face?" Boom. Are my rules not good enough? Boom. For all the living beings in the world. Boom. For the safety of the continent. Boom. Do you think that I can be wronged? Boom. Do I look like someone who is at a disadvantage? Boom. Twice in a row. Boom. You think it's safe? Boom. Flying heaven sabotage it. Boom. Breaking my rules. Boom. I can't kill your geniuses. Boom. How about I kill one of your heavenly kings today? Boom. You dare to assassinate me. At this point, the Flood Witch suddenly stopped talking. Then, she swung her hammer 3 times in succession. The rumbling sounds were incessant. All 7 of you are here. Does anyone else think I'm easy to bully? As the Flood Witch continued to hammer, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Heaven and earth seemed to have returned to chaos. The pressure was unprecedented. Thousands of ghosts came out. The wind and clouds roared. The stars rotated. Black and white, they rotated back and forth. The entire world seemed like it was going to be smashed into pieces. Countless spaces revolved and danced along with the Flood Witch's twin hammers. The target of the first strike was Daoist Yun. When it came to the third strike, Daoist Yun and Daoist Yun had to block it together. When it came to the 18th strike, it was as if 18 levels of hell had appeared at the same time. The 7 swords of the Tao League had gathered and fought together. The Flood Witch didn't give anyone a chance to speak. She swung her hammer 20 times in one breath. Heaven and earth changed color. This wasn't just a description. It was the true meaning of heaven and earth changing color. The sun and moon lost their light. The Great Flood Witch originally wanted to hammer down 24 times, but the moment the last sentence came out of his mouth, his momentum suddenly dissipated, and he almost spilled the beans. She cursed in her heart. Therefore, she only swung her hammer 20 times. On the other side, 7 people stared at the Flood Witch with red faces. They wanted to eat her flesh. Who else could they be but the 7 swords of the Tao League? Daoist Yun and Daoist Fang's faces were as red as blood. They forcefully endured the surging qi and blood as they stared at the Flood Witch. However, they couldn't hold it in anymore. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, creating 2 deep bloody holes in the ground. Even Daoist Lei's face was red as he stared at the Flood Witch in shock. This bastard. This guy. He was much stronger than when he was at the Starlight Mountains. This was unbelievable. How long had it been? How could he improve so quickly? The Flood Witch was now truly the strongest person in the world. Even if that guy's surname Zhua appeared in the mortal world again, he most likely wouldn't be her match. Flood. Daoist Lei said furiously, "Are you crazy?" Looking at the broken pieces on the ground and the pitiful situation where not even a fingernail-sized piece of flesh could be found, Daoist Lei almost went crazy. You killed Yun Shangsong. You actually killed Yun Shangsong. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. With a flip of her hands, the horrifying 1,000 souls nightmare hammer disappeared. She said indifferently, "Why? Is there a problem? You can kill the genius on the human token, but I can't kill your heavenly king. Daoist Lei, try saying no to me. Do you dare?" Daoist Lei's face was red as he stared at the Flood Witch fiercely. However, when the words no reached the tip of his tongue, he really didn't dare to say it out loud. They had fought for so many years. Few people knew the Flood Witch better than Daoist Lei. This guy was obviously still in a state of rage. It was obvious that he was still depressed. If he said no, the 3 pure holy mountain would be destroyed by him today. That's a misunderstanding. Daoist Fong said furiously, a misunderstanding. Do you understand? The Flood Witch narrowed her eyes and looked at Daoist Fong. Today is also a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Say something you don't understand. Daoist Fong held his breath and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He was flustered and exasperated. Are you still being reasonable? No. What reason? The Flood Witch said, do you have a problem with that? Daoist Fong was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at the Flood Witch but couldn't say a word. He just kept gasping for breath. He really didn't know what to say. Are you being reasonable? If not, what reason? It was such a simple and straightforward sentence, but all of a sudden, it blocked all the subsequent words that could be said. It was done cleanly and cleanly. Daoist Lei took deep breaths. After a long time, he calmed down a little and said, Brother Hong, let's move to the main hall first. I'll explain it to you slowly. The Flood Witch said indifferently, there's no need to explain. I'm just here to ask a few questions. He rolled his eyes and asked word by word, is the human token still there? Is the rule that I set still a rule? The Flood Witch stood there with an earth-shattering aura. She said slowly, just these two questions. After I'm done, I'll leave. The human token is still there. Daoist Lei took a deep breath and said, rules are rules. If you break the rules, you'll be punished and pay the price. The Flood Witch nodded and said, then, are you satisfied with this price? Do you think it's enough? She pointed casually and the ground was full of blood and flesh. The faces of the 7 swords of the Tao League, which had just recovered a little, twitched again. Their eyelids kept twitching. This price. The fall of a heavenly king. The Flood Witch's meaning was very clear. This was the price. You broke the rules this time and paid the price. If other continents break the rules in the future, you'll have to pay the same price. However, the price they had to pay was simply too heavy, too disastrous. It was so heavy that even a top force like the Tao League could not afford it. How many years, how many generations, how many battles, how much effort, how many opportunities, how much painstaking effort, how many painstaking efforts could give birth to a heavenly king? Since the return of the Tao League until now, it had been tens of thousands of years of accumulation. After tens of thousands of years, only 10 people had reached the heavenly king realm. And today, one of them was killed just like that. The Flood Witch said indifferently, if you think that this price is not enough, then I can ask for more. Daoist Lei took a deep breath and almost sucked the air in front of him into a vacuum. He gritted his teeth and said, this price is too much. As long as you're satisfied. The Flood Witch nodded and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. 7 Swords gritted his teeth and said this. 2 words. The Flood Witch looked at Daoist Lei and was silent for a while. Suddenly, she laughed and said, Daoist Lei, you know very well who your target is. I don't want to say more. What I want to tell you is, Zhua Zhangchang's current cultivation is not inferior to mine. Note that I'm talking about the current me, the current me. Daoist Lei suddenly raised his head, his face full of shock. Zhua Zhangchang was the real name of the Sky Surveyor Minister. This name was very something. It was probably because of this reason that very few people in the 3 continents dared to call him by his name. At the same time, it was also the reason why the name of the Sky Surveyor Minister gradually evolved into the biggest secret of the 3 continents. As long as this name was called, it was equivalent to offending the Sky Surveyor Minister. And the Sky Surveyor Minister had always felt that his name was not very good. And the Lady of the Throne, she hated this name even more. Therefore, This name could be said to be a common taboo in the 3 continents. But the flood witch obviously did not care about this taboo and said it out loud. Daoist Lei widened his eyes and said, He has already reached this level. The Great Flood Shaman's words just now contained far too much information. He said that the Sky Sentinel Throne's current strength wasn't inferior to his own. Furthermore, it was the current him who had just suppressed the 7 swords of the Tao Alliance. So, you're on your own now. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Her body suddenly soared into the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky surged, and in all directions, thunder and lightning suddenly exploded. Then, the sky suddenly stilled. The wind and clouds disappeared, and the scorching sun was in the sky. The sunlight spread over the earth. The wind and rain stopped, and the sun shone brightly. It was as if nothing had happened. On the ground, the grass swayed gently. In 8 directions, there were 8 severely unconscious people lying on the ground. The Blood-Sword Heavenly King, one of the 10 Heavenly Kings of the Tao League, had completely disappeared and no longer existed in this world. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.